to Parliament TV. This is a live coverage of the debate on the opening of Parliament address, and we are coming to you live from the City Hall.
Good morning to you, South Africans. My name is Tepo Moore, and of course today is day one of the debate, and Cape Town is much better today. So hopefully things will be much greater today, and we are set to have a great day. Yeah. Of course, then, today marks the debate, and members of Parliament will be debating the opening of Parliament address that was delivered last night to a joint sitting of Parliament. The OPA was being held under the theme, My Parliament, My Voice, My Future.
And this year's OPA holds particular significance as it coincides with the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of South Africa's constitutional democracy. It provides us with an opportunity to reflect on the progress made since the inception of democratic governance in our country and to determine the path that we had to travel in the next 5 years in the advancement of our democratic project.
Yes, and this OPA is truly historic as it is taking place under unique, complex and testing political conditions in our nation following the outcome of the 2024 provincial and national elections. These elections have resulted in the formation of a collaborative and unity government to lead our nation for the next 5 years. In establishing the new term of Parliament, our institution has had to carefully consider and adapt the implications of this new political phenomenon.
And last night, the members heard the address by the President, and Parliament TV spoke to some of them after the sitting to hear their reactions.
Let's take a look at these reactions and discuss some of the reflections that members had on the President's address.
Joined by Honourable Sarupen. He's the Deputy Minister, one of the Deputy Ministers of Finance. And Usos Mali, we want the money. Thank you so much for joining us, Deputy Minister. Congratulations, and we wish you all the best. Deputy Minister, the whole day on hashtag the Youth Take Oath, we've been speaking about young people, right? Young people who've ascended into power or responsibility as deputy ministers, as ministers, but also as MPs. A lot of the ideas we may come with ultimately need funding. And you are sitting closer to the purse. Tell us how we can ensure that we have finances to fund the many ideas that could contribute to youth development.
Yeah, so I think what we've got to first do as young people is to say that the expenditure patterns we've seen for the last 10 years, particularly from 2010 to 2018, was unproductive. It went into bailouts. It didn't go into investment. And when you invest in, there are two things we know from IMF data, World Bank data, BRICS Bank data, it doesn't matter what your ideology is. When you invest in people through healthcare and education, and when you invest in the infrastructure that enables people to do what they want to do, you get good outcomes. When you throw it at bad things, so firstly, we've got to, as young people, push back hard against unproductive spending, which is what we have seen in governments. And we've got to tell the state that the priorities need to change. And one of those priorities has to be investment into young people, because we've got a young population. South Africa's got one of the youngest populations in the world. Our average age now is 30. And so we've got to channel that investment into enabling people to live lives that they value. And that's what we've got to do. So the expenditure patterns that we've seen for the last 10 years have to change. And so you're absolutely right. And what can we do as young people? Obviously lobby very hard, attend public participation meetings and budgets. Don't wait for someone else to do it. If we don't do it ourselves, nobody else is going to do it. And if your voice isn't in the room as a young person, when public participation happens on your local council budgets, your ward committees, in Parliament, you're going to be drowned out by the special interests who do make sure they're in the room at that time. So that's how we channel this investment away from unproductive spending and into things that matter to people. So that's what I would urge young people to do. And certainly in National Treasury, that's what I'm picking the right fights on at the moment. And as a young person, of course, I'm there to fight for what is right.
Sure. I mean, I'm glad you're raising, looking into unproductive spending, because I think that there are a lot of funds that are channeled towards youth development, towards upskilling, reskilling in various departments, but they sort of need to be coordinated. Can you just give your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are several things. There's a lot of duplication in governments, and there are lots of bursary programs and so on. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's amorphous. It's a bit of a mess. and it doesn't try to stream young people in. So, I mean, one of the things that Treasury does and they do this well, I'll give them credit, is the public service says you must have 3 years of experience to get in to a decent role. But the internships that the government offers is only 2 years. Treasury does do 3-year internships. So if we're going to make this legal requirement, why are we not unlocking the barriers? That's one example. So we need to do that. The CETAs, we know, are a black box. And there's a lot of development funding that could be channeled towards young people. But we have CETAs that try to spend money taking themselves on overseas study tours. So we do need a coordinating. you know this firsthand. So we need to move that spending again productively, but it needs to be coordinated. And I do think that the NYDA should be repurposed to house all of these things and to begin to say, how do we channel this and how do we deal with structural unemployment? Why are so many young people poor and trapped in poverty? Because you go to school for 12 years, but your skills are mismatched what the economy demands. And so we have people whose families desperately give up everything to get them into universities, not because they've done anything wrong in life, but because the school system hasn't equipped them. And so we've got to channel all of the spending properly, got to skill people appropriately for the demand side of the economy so that people can get in. It's ridiculous that we've got a massive youth unemployment rate, between 50 and 70% depending on the quarter, and then you've got all these vacancies in the economy. It makes absolutely no sense, and that needs to be resolved. And I think there's a role for better coordination there.
All right. Well, there you have it, fellow South Africans. Deputy Minister Ashur Serapen, Deputy Minister of Finance. I really hope, Deputy Minister, as the former chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, right, that we'll be able to address some of the issues at NSFAS. The money needs to be followed. There's been great investment done there, increased funding for administrative purposes, but we need to follow the money in higher education. I absolutely agree with you. And I really hope we have that discussion with Ms. Luaka of the NYDA. We were hoping to actually have the both of you in the conversation earlier on. And we wish you all the best with your 5 years to come, and we'll definitely be there to support you as young people.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, and I will take that up with the NYDA.
Still here with hashtag the Youth Takeover, profiling young MPs. I'm joined by Honourable Bax. I call him Bax. We serve together on the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation in the 6th administration, and you're absolutely brilliant. You moved into basic education. You championed issues around pit latrines and infrastructure in general in the basic education system. But now you're the entire Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Look, thank you so much. I'm feeling really great right now. It's a new responsibility. It's a new challenge. We get put in these spaces because we are capable to make a meaningful difference, and serving in such a massive role and leading such a huge caucus to make sure that we hold our own in Parliament, in making sure that whoever's in the executive from our own and those that are in Parliament to play oversight do due diligence and do a solid job in doing so. So it's my responsibility to make sure that I charted the way forward of that, and making sure that members of Parliament that took an oath of office know exactly what they need to do to make sure that they serve South Africans, uphold the rule of law in this country, and make sure that the legislation that we make in Parliament is responsive to the challenges that South Africans do face, so that they can change their lives for the better.
Thank you. So I really want to know how the work that you began in the 6th administration will continue into the 7th administration, because you really made a great impact on basic education. Are you deliberate about how you're working with the young person, hopefully young person, who's been deployed to basic education? What's your plan? Because I feel like success and continuation is very important.
Look, I think we've got a great minister that's been there, young, in our age as well, age group, and she was our former chief whip. So I think at this point in time, she's got solid plans to make sure that children can read for meaning, because if a child can't read, they're doomed before they even beginning, at the start of their early age. And the president announced today about early childhood development and how making sure that access must be access to quality education, so that we can utilize that particular education to participate tomorrow. But also the environment must be conducive. I, for one, almost fell in a pit toilet when I was, still in school in grade 1. So that's why it's a massive passion for me. And I think the person that's in there has outlined solid plans to make sure that is addressed. And today the president also regurgitated that particular plan. So I think it's very, very important for us to have an oversight responsibility in Parliament as a Deputy Chief Whip to make sure that we follow up on those plans, so that they are implemented, so that the schools are changed for the better, so that the environment is more conducive for a child in the deep rural areas of Tsolo, and a child who's in Kailija or a child who's in Wynberg is getting good quality education, so that we don't manage the quality of outcome, but we manage the quality of opportunity that they get the best.
Last one. So in our conversation with the many young people we spoke to throughout the day, young MPs, the issue around the youth caucus and the youth parliament came up. You're a deputy chief whip now. Hopefully you'll have a little bit more space to influence how parliament positions itself. Can you commit to attempting to ensure that we have an active youth parliament that's not only an event, but is actually entrenched into the systems of parliament, and an active youth caucus?
Look, I think as young people, we have a big responsibility to influence decision making. There's absolutely no way we can sit on the sidelines and not participate and make sure that we push the agenda of young people. I mean, 7 out of 10 young people can't find work. Even those that are qualified, gold standard robots, wearing their graduation gowns. So it's important for us not just to discuss in a youth parliament, but to say, how do we influence the program of government to implement things that are going to take youth out of unemployment into opportunity, into jobs. And in us doing so, we've got a responsibility not just to engage on our own, but what are the ministers doing towards that? What is the government doing towards that? And holding them accountable to make sure that people's lives are tangibly changed for the better. And definitely in opposition, I will whip it into shape to make sure that people at least do the bare minimum that is required of them, so that young people don't stand on unemployment queues, but rather are in the tax queues to contribute in our economy.
Awesome. Well, that's Honorable Baxolile Notata. He's no stranger to many of us. He's now the Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. You are watching the live coverage of the debate on the opening of Parliament address that took place yesterday. We're expecting the debate to start at 10 o'clock this morning, and this is a build-up to that. And you would have heard some of the young MPs that our guest presenters had an opportunity to speak to them yesterday, having spoken to the Deputy Minister of Finance. But safe to say that it's very good to see young people ascending into power, because we've seen those two that just gave their reactions now, the Deputy Minister of Finance and the Deputy Minister of the Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, Baxolile Notata, that they are young people, yes. And you can see that they are capable, not just young people, they are capable young
yes.
people.
That is true, Temikosi, and it's what we've been discussing throughout. And even at the first sittings of Parliament, we were very excited to see young faces, and very excited that now we have a representation of the youth in terms of their needs and in terms of everything that is necessary to ensure that the environment that government will provide will be an environment that enables development and enables upskilling within their lives.
And we had the Deputy Minister of Finance there speaking on the expenditure patterns of the past 10 years that have been concerning us. There seemed to be no investment really in the youth, especially on young people, even though that young people form the majority of our population, and also emphasizing the importance of channeling investment programs that seek to assist the young people.
Of course, and we see this in, we had fees must fall for the past few years, and obviously those are serious issues about underfunding or not even enough funding for the amount of youth that want to go to tertiary and want to get tertiary education. So I think it's very important that the Deputy Minister spoke about that, and ensuring that we follow the money and that the money is better coordinated. And of course, this also links with what Member Baxolile Notata said, talking not only about tertiary education, but starting with basic education and ensuring that education is quality education from your early development childhood sector. So there should be a golden thread throughout the education system to ensure that ultimately when someone leaves school, they are employable and they are upskilled.
Which is why he spoke strongly on creating or developing solid plans that will seek to ensure that children read for meaning. We know from the paper that would have written that there has been this concern about kids, in particular here in South Africa, that read but do not seem to understand what they are reading. So he emphasized on that importance of reading for meaning, the access to education, that we need to create conducive environments to ensure that children from early childhood development have access to education, even going as far as making an example of himself, having been one of those kids that happened to fall in those pit toilets. So we hope that the chief whip, deputy chief whip, they hold the government to account, that they see that those issues are attended to. I must say I'm happy that he made an example of children from Tsolo, because Tsolo is where I come from, and I am aware, I know that there are still pit toilets in some of those rural villages in school, which is something that governments need to focus on. So him having mentioned Tsolo kind of like give me hope that something will be done to address those challenges.
And it's shocking that we are still discussing these issues 30 years into democracy. There's a serious need for implementation. There's a serious need for consideration and action. Enough with the talks. The problems have always been there. We need plans, and we need actionable plans. And I think that is what we've seen throughout with the Deputy Minister and the Deputy Chief Whip of the DA. Of course, also, I loved how the Deputy Minister of Finance now spoke about unproductive spending and how we need to channel that and see to that it comes to an end.
And he spoke on how, like on the sitters that have a big responsibility, but seemingly they're traveling, they seem to be spending a lot of money traveling abroad on benchmarking exercises, which we don't know whether they come back to give feedback on what is the benefit, particularly for the young people of South Africa.
It's important to follow the money. Let's take a look and discuss some of those reactions.
Young person, as a woman in Parliament for the first time, even though, of course, she's been a legislator in Gauteng before and a chairperson in Gauteng. And I think one of the questions that I want to ask you before we really get into the meat of it is, how are you feeling about the role? What are you expecting in this particular administration? What are you hoping to achieve?
I think it's always overwhelming to be a young person, to be a woman, all the things you've said. You don't just have the burden of having to, be able to basically interpret for yourself, but also for the millions of people who, yes, elected you here, but also who ultimately said that they're in crisis. Life is really not what they expected it to be, and I think there's just very little room for error. But in terms of expectations for the 7th administration, I know there's a lot of doom and gloom, but I actually think it's very exciting. And I think we're at a very critical moment in our democracy. And in many ways, we have to rise to the occasion. There's no other choice. As elected representatives, we must now rise to what our people need us to be. And that's actually why I'm hopeful. I think there's going to be a lot more inter-party working. We've already seen that. And ultimately, the main reason why everyone's coming together is because the South African people forced us to. And so I think that's really the most exciting part of where we are now.
You have been one of the people that has been put on the Judicial Service Commission, and I think that obviously you're one of the most qualified, being somebody that has got an LLB and is studying for their masters. But for young people, there's always this expectation that they should do better, or that they haven't done as much as they should to be in that particular role. I think that a lot of people that have been watching us today have, because of the youth takeoff, has been really about how are young people taking up their space, and I think you're one of the exemplary, people that have been doing that. Just talk us through a little bit about that particular role, that particular process, how you felt, and what you think that the response has been.
So the Judicial Services Commission, it's one of those sort of heavy hitter committees that everybody tends to see on TV. But you're right, being the youngest person, many were like, well, why is she there, right? And this idea that because you're young, because you're a woman, you're underqualified or you don't deserve to be there, and we have to defeat all of those stereotypes and all of those glass ceilings. And in fact, it goes back to what I said earlier, there's very little room for error. But the reality is, when we take up the space in these spaces, it means that in the next JSC or in the next round, we want to see more young people across political parties, because gone are the days where there are holy cows who are the best at only this particular issue. And I think we're turning that on its head.
Amazing. And I mean, we want to just say also congratulations. We know that you've just newly married, and we think that that's amazing, because again, one of the things that women have had to hit a ceiling of in South African politics is having to balance both, family life and boundaries. And we're wishing you really the best from Parliament TV, and we think it's been really great. So well done and congratulations, and we wish you everything of the best in terms of your 7th administration and also this incredibly important role that you're going to be playing.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that we could continue with the Youth Take Oath, and also looking forward to what we can do as young people in the 7th administration.
Welcome back. There was just some of the reactions from members of parliament after having listened to the president when he delivered the speech yesterday. That's one of our youngest MPs, Ms. Hassan, who happened to have been appointed to serve on the Judicial Service Commission. And just to give you a brief background on that, the JSC was established in terms of Section 178 of the Constitution, and its functions is to select fit and proper persons for appointment as judges and to investigate complaints about judicial officers. It also advises government on any matters relating to the judiciary or to the administration of justice. I'm sure our viewers would have seen some of the work of the Judicial Service Commission, as that work is normally broadcast live, especially when they are conducting interviews of judges. So it's also great to see young people now getting into that space, and also you've heard should like to see even more of young people getting into the Judicial Service Commission.
Of course, the JSC, like you said, Teminkosi, we recently saw the interview of Justice Maya for the position of Chief Justice. And of course, we see it's a robust, a very intense commission that ensures that the people that are fit and proper, they occupy positions of judges. I also love the fact that Member Hassan spoke that the youth need to rise to the occasion. This is the time. It's 30 years into democracy. We need to take up the space because we are qualified, we are skilled, and we need to ensure that our voices are heard. Just like the OPA, the OPA 2024 theme, my parliament, my voice, my future.
I liked it too, Tsepa, when she expressed that young people need not just be in those positions, they need to rise up to the goal, they need to participate fully in those, wherever they've been put, so that you don't put young people there and then the next thing there is no voice. So safe to say that she's well qualified to sit in the Judicial Service Commission, know that she has a very strong legal background. So we expect that when young people are put in institutions such as JSC, we see them making their contributions.
And apart from that, there's always been a cry about how qualified the people that are in power should be, because you definitely want somebody who has the know, who has the skills, and who has the experience, because that way they'll be able to represent your voice in a way that they know how. And that's what the president also spoke on yesterday when he was talking on local municipalities, because he said we need capable, qualified people to be appointed in the municipalities, because that's where everything happens. They are the ones that are closest to the people. So if we have qualified, capable people in local municipalities, then you're likely to see jobs being created, people going to work, and lots of employment opportunities. Yes. So last night, obviously, we had the opening of Parliamentary. So let's take a look at some of those reactions from the members.
Joining us this evening, we have a segment called # The Youth Take Oath. Is none than the other Minister Soli Malati, who is the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Minister, good evening.
Good evening to you, and it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I'm really excited. We are all excited as young people to have many of you in the executive. How are you feeling right now about the task ahead?
Look, it's a massive responsibility. The first 2 weeks were just overwhelming in terms of getting to understand the state of the department and speaking to as many stakeholders, both internally and externally, so that even in framing the vision, it's informed by what you find inside, but it's an inclusive process of what the stakeholders are also saying. And getting into the third week where we had our budget vote, on Monday, presenting plans that were formulated ahead of you. But, once you're in there, you can't be selective about which moments are yours, which ones aren't. And quite really, I'm refreshed and I'm excited about the task ahead. I think there is a new opportunity of just new energy that has also infused to the public service, and the ultimate beneficiary can only be South African people.
Absolutely. So we had a number of conversations with different young MPs, right? I mean, the chairperson of basic education was there, Joy Maimela. We had also young people who are serving in the portfolio committee on higher education, and those actually serving on the committee of science and innovation. And everyone raised the importance of us creating access to education through technology. Speaking about access to Wi-Fi, speaking about online learning. What are your thoughts around using technology to increase access to education?
No, it's a very important thing. There are two barriers currently. One is, the infrastructure that guarantees connectivity. Secondly is, in order to be connected, you need devices, right? And that is another stumbling block. Currently, because of our tax regime, smartphones are considered a luxury item. As a result, there's an added tax to them, which drives the cost of those, which means that you have to be either economically superior in order to afford those. And one of the things I'm really passionate about driving in is engaging the Treasury about we need to have a threshold in terms of what constitute luxury goods, so that we can't have, smart devices being an obstacle to either young people learning on those platforms and using those devices, or even entertainment. For entertainment, it's good for the general mood of being, or life can't just be about work and no balance of entertainment. But also the digital economy is going to be a major contributor in terms of investment and job creation. And I was very inspired by the President's speech around finding regulations that are an inhibitor to investment opportunities and eliminating those, so that we can unleash a new army of digital entrepreneurs, but also have young people enthused about learning. This whole thing about technology can be so powerful because not every learner is going to have the means eventually to be able to afford public transport to go to a school. But if we can put devices in learners' hands and have them connected, then even the process of learning becomes much more innovative. It can catch up with international trends, and we can just have an entire generation of young people that are empowered differently.
So, Minister, I really believe that the manner in which a department like yours and many other departments can go about achieving some of these things is through social compacting and working with your other departments. Science and innovation, there's so much work that's being done there currently in increasing access to internet connectivity. Electricity, you need to meet with him, all right? And so do you envision yourself having conversations with multiple stakeholders so that you have like an enclave of support in order for you to achieve what you want to achieve?
No, absolutely, and I think that's what the spirit of the GNU is inculcating in all of us, because some of these common problems have transversal impact on the delivery of government services. And across departments, we face the same problems. We have to be the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies that drives technology, the embracing of technology throughout the government system. But each and every department in government has an ICT department. What does it do, in the bigger picture, and what are some of the programs that are there in place? Because there's a lot of duplication, right? And we have to embrace the sense that, we have to, do things digital literacy, and that just, goes beyond school kids, but also within the public service, even within, public officials, and you know this very well, that, even at our level, there are not people who are, that savvy in order to be effective, so that we can then reduce time we spend on printing documents, going through printing documents, and can let people focus on the outputs of their work. So that is one of the ways that we aim to do that.
All right. Well, there you have it, citizens of South Africa. That is Minister Solimalati. I think he's just over 35, right? So generally he's young. The IPU would definitely say you're young. We're so excited, and I must say we are committing to supporting you. We want you to succeed, and we know you have the support of your Deputy Minister, of course, who has lots of experience in this space, but you need the support of Intanga Zako, and we are making that commitment under hashtag the Youth Take Oath.
And that was the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Mr. Solimalati, speaking about the importance of connectivity and, of course, ensuring that technology is integrated in learning and education. Of course, this was his reaction after the opening of Parliament address that the President delivered, just last night.
Yes, and the Minister highlighting the universal access, just as you rightfully said, that using technology to access education. I'd want to see it happening. I have faith that that can happen, but I'm a bit worried about those that are in the rural areas. I'm from the rural areas. Access to ICT remains a huge challenge. If I travel to Tsolo tomorrow, then I must know that I cannot use my MTN phone there because there is no network, so that remains a challenge. Now, if you're getting kids to have these smart devices in order to access education, will they have access to the smart devices before they can access education? Because we know that some of these young people, especially from those remote areas, come from poor backgrounds.
That's true.
Given the smart devices, but if you don't give them data to access those devices, then they will be unable to access education. Also spoke just strongly about the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, which I have been part of, as I sit in the communications committee. So they've come through, they've presented their plans for the year, as you had indicated. And just one last thing, Tsepo, on the printing of documents, because that happened in the meeting, unfortunately, because of the pressure that we were under, we had to print some of the documents, and that was the first thing that he raised, that this should not happen.
And Temikosi, it is quite true that connectivity is important. However, you cannot just promise that people should have the devices and the data, because you need the infrastructure. And of course, I think it's very important that Nompendulo mentioned that please engage with Treasury, because if you're going to go for infrastructure and ensure that there's connectivity, then you need to engage with Treasury. But above all else, connect with the electricity ministry, because without electricity you won't have connectivity, and so the devices will serve no use in terms of advancing education or ensuring efficiency throughout the country.
Definitely, Tseba, but let's get some more reactions from the members of parliament.
I mean, the reaction's still outside of the OPA, outside of Cape Town, and we're speaking to everyone. And right now I have with me Songezo Zibi. He is the leader of Rise Mzansi, as well, of course, as the Scopa chairperson right now. So we're just getting the reactions from Songezo. Songezo, obviously the president's speech has been said by many people to have been quite ordinary, the usual run-of-the-mill. But I think what everyone knows from this election is that things are not going to be the same as usual. And of course, you have been put into an incredibly important position. Can we ask you, what are you expecting to be able to do as the chairperson of Scopa, which is one of the most important positions, standing committee in Parliament? What do you want to see in the next 5 years?
Look, I think we have a unique opportunity in that in Parliament and in each of the committees, including Scopa, there is no political party that has got a majority. For a committee such as ours, a standing committee on public accounts, is potentially a really good thing, because we can finally elevate ourselves a little bit beyond the narrow party political interests where nobody can marshal their numbers to block or to misdirect the work of the committee. My job as chair of Scopa is to get the committee members to agree on a common agenda for the 5 years, first of all, and secondly, for each of the financial years that are the 5 financial years that are going to make up this term of this administration, and to make sure that we focus on issues that are going to move the needle rather than chasing volume for its own sake. The quality of the work that Scopa does, the reports that are tabled before Parliament, the remedial actions that are recommended, and the follow-up on those needs to be on the money so that South Africans can get value for the work that Parliament is supposed to do.
A lot of people think that it's convention to have the Scopa chair part of the opposition. In this particular administration, your party is also part of the GNU. In some ways, you are opposition, but you're also part of the pact. How do you reconcile that? And also, I mean, do you think that you'll still have the ability in your position as Scopa chair to have the requisite oversight and the requisite ability to actually hold all departments accountable in the way that you should? And of course, I mean, we all know that the ANC has been part of Scopa before, but what are you feeling? Because since then, it has been a real convention to have an opposition member, which some might say you guys are not as part of the GNU.
Look, I mean, it's interesting about the convention because in the first parliament, there were 2 political parties that were both in government. It was the IFP and the ANC. And Scopa did a damn good job of investigating the arms deal. What is needed are MPs who are loyal to the Constitution and the work that Parliament does. And I think we have an opportunity now at this crossroads in South Africa that we're able to do that again. And I'm loyal to the Constitution. I'm loyal to the work that Parliament is doing here. Secondly, I'm not in the executive. Nobody from Rise Mzansi is in the National Cabinet. And therefore, that natural conflict that people fear, that to take decisions on the one side and then oversee yourself on the other, also doesn't exist in this instance. So I really look forward to doing the work in the committee together with the political parties therein.
And in terms of Rise Mzansi's own agenda and the things that they've been talking about, what they want to see as being part of the main policy of the national government going forward, before you were part of the GNU, do you think that you still have the ability to push some of those issues, or how is it going to work for you as both an opposition party and a party that is in the GNU?
Look, what I'm waiting for is the implementation. I felt that the President plagiarized our manifesto with his speech. I mean, there were several things, Bali, in there. We've said time and time again, if you don't fix municipalities, you cannot fix the economy. The President spoke to that. He spoke about funding legislation and making sure that the commitments that are done have got a sort of the necessary resources. He spoke about the need to manage debt carefully and reduce the cost of debt, and then redirect those into social investment, into investing in the economy. The fourth thing he spoke about, infrastructure. I think the President went to bed, read the Rise Mzansi manifesto, and then gave his speech. What we're waiting for is the implementation now.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's been wonderful to hear from Songezo.
Welcome back. That was one of our guest presenters, Mbali Ntuli, speaking to the leader of Rise Mzansi and now the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Mr. Songezo Zibi. Just to give you a brief background on Standing Committee on Public Accounts, it's a committee of Parliament that oversees and scrutinizes government spending, financial management, and accountability, and it plays a crucial role in promoting transparency, accountability, and good governance in South Africa, and is often referred to as a watchdog committee because this committee has always been chaired by a member of an opposition party. We know last year it was Mkhuleko Hlengwa, one of the leaders of the IFP that hold this position, is now in the executive. And I like how Mbali asked him, how is it now going to work? Because they form part, Rise Mzansi forms part of the government of national unity, which it should hold accountable through the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
But Mr. Zivi explained that quite beautifully and said, well, they do not hold an executive position within the President's cabinet. So obviously then there is no conflict with regards to that if people, if that's what people are worried about.
We might be sharing different views on this one because he is within the GNU. He might not be in an executive, but he is within the GNU. Rise Mzansi is one of the parties that is in the GNU, and they are holding the position of chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, which will hold the GNU government into account. He might not be in the executive, yes. Yeah.
But he did say that he is one person that respects the Constitution and respects the rule of law. So I think also by highlighting the legacy of Scopa in terms of oversight and accountability, I think Mr. Zibi, with his committee on Scopa, they will definitely do a good job on ensuring that the money is followed. Let's have a look at more reactions from last night's OPA.
Joined by the big boss of the young people. We're joined by Deputy Minister Steve Litsike. Deputy Minister, thank you so much for coming and congratulations on your appointment. Any reflections about the next 5 years, what you have installed and just generally how you're feeling right now?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think one must appreciate the President's opening statement to the country because it's charging the way forward in terms of the framework, the principle, but also the program of action that must take place. Top of the agenda, it's employment, it's economic growth, because we have faced triple threats, poverty, unemployment, and inequality in South Africa, and that we cannot run away from. So whatever that we do, whether into different sectors, paying attention on infrastructure, paying attention on education, on health, all of that. It must benefit the economic growth, because young people have no patience anymore. Women have no patience anymore. Vulnerable groups have no patience anymore. We must do just about implementation of everything that the president has said.
So, I mean, we often speak about the first 100 days, right? And we already have seen you hitting the ground. I mean, Deputy Minister Litsike is just over 35, under 40. So according to the IPU, she is young. First 100 days, what do you see? 3 practical sort of plans that you see yourself implementing to make sure that young people are brought into confidence on the type of leadership they could see over the next 5 years?
Look, the most important thing is the information that must get to young people. We cannot speak about the National Youth Service and young people don't know about it. So it's about how do we actually make sure there's a spread coverage of township, peri-urban, rural areas where young people are brought closer to the information, closer to the opportunities, but also where we facilitate access to these opportunities. So we have an opportunity. What the stimulant initiatives that the President is talking about, give it to young people. Let young people own these initiatives. And secondly, we know very well, I mean, our mandate as a department is also to look at how we advocate, how we mainstream, but most importantly, how we also monitor some of the intervention. It is our responsibility to move department by department to analyze exactly what is going to happen. So within these first 100 days, we're going to be already telling the departments where you have lacked, but what you need to be prioritizing, at least as kind of a medium-term program. We're going to guard it. We're going to completely look at the mid-term approaches that tells us that our government is moving into the right step, and also our government is actually yielding the results accordingly.
Deputy Minister, there's often an attempt to be, I want to say it as simply as this, wishy-washy, vague about setting targets for transformation, right? I mean, and sometimes women will be made to feel like when they speak about representation of women, oh, there they go again. When we speak about representation of youth, oh, there they go again. Disability, the same thing. LGBTQIA, the same thing. How will we ensure that this laissez-faire approach to transformation is addressed in order for us to inculcate very intentional planning and budgeting? I mean, we were speaking to the Deputy Minister of Finance just now. Very intentional planning and budgeting in order for us to mainstream this type of representation that we want to see.
One of the most important documents I've asked for when I walked into the office is where is the gender transformation budget? Where is it? And I think what's common and what's good is that even coming out of the Khotla just over the weekend, we've agreed on common agenda, gender equality, women prioritization, and most importantly, young people. It's exactly that. So we are actually looking into this conversation directly with Treasury, because you can't speak just about programs without resources. Who is financing, what are we financing, and whether it's transforming lives. So gender transformation approaches, it's exactly what we're adopting. Until we get quite a feminized government, we will reach there. But I'm glad that our president represents exactly that.
Yeah. And also conversations, that's SA. I mean, often when, having been a member of parliament in the 6th administration, you will ask about a target that's been set, and you look at this target and you think, this is way below what we think you should be targeting, right? And you'll be told, no, it's because, we're informed by the stats. These are the only people who actually have the skills. To some extent, what we're feeling citizens to be communicating to us. People are saying, I'm a young person with a disability. I don't have a job.
Yeah.
I have this particular skill. Yeah. But when we're looking at the annual reports, it doesn't correlate. Conversations with Stats SA?
Look, Stats SA has released the latest census, which was 2022 data. And no doubt the data represents a worrying factor. Part of it is that the number of percentage of young people that are unemployed, while our country has increased the literacy aspect, when you look at the stats in terms of how many graduates we had over 10 years ago versus now that you have increased how many young people have got access to that, and predominantly women, because there's that resilience approach that women stay in the system when they have the opportunity. But we also need to increase it amongst young men as well, where we want to also just ensure that we elevate dynamics of gender as well. But I think the biggest problem that we have is whether the young people who graduate, who are really much completely achieving this aspect of education knowledge, whether they can translate it to prosperity of the country. That's a concern, because you can't have over 45% of young people unemployed who are educated. That's absurd. So skills are achieved when there is practice. So what we must prioritize, get young people to get the skill opportunities, and to some extent also align them with some of the education aspects that we're talking about, because there's a misalignment that young people who have PhDs or young people with masters, and they become waiters, so they can't apply that knowledge. And I'm not even undermining waiters, because hospitality it's a big, right? So the skill is not translated, the education is not translated. When President 2 years or a few years ago actually announced to say, reduce and in fact eliminate the idea that you want experience. How do young people get experience if you don't give those opportunities? So we must be intentional. Transformation is intentional. Skills building is intentional. And I think we must equip these young people. And those who are outside or who dropped out of school, we must not leave them behind. Because you may not have been exposed to the technical, theoretical or academic scholarly approaches, but your knowledge and your mindset and your will does also contribute to skills building. You can use your hand, you can use absolutely everything. And I think we are a country that have a great future ahead. We must grab it. And we cannot work in silos. We need each other, and we can actually achieve it together.
Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you so much to the Deputy Minister, Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the Deputy Minister, Steve Lidzike. I think for me personally, I'm excited, even on the issues of budget. We're fighting for them. I mean, CGE wants a bigger budget on higher education. They're doing many investigations around, gender-related issues, but they don't have a big enough budget to get across 50 TVET colleges, 26 universities, abazofika, right? So we commit ourselves to being motor forces to support the amazing work that you plan on doing. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister.
And that was the reaction from Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Steve Lidzike, and which is, I think, a profile which I say is arguably for the marginalized people within South Africa.
Definitely, Tsepo. And one of the key things that he's mentioned is getting information to young people, getting information to persons living with disabilities, getting information to women. He spoke very passionately about that. And it's safe to say that we would know that we've recently included the sign language as one of the official languages, and we have not seen much being done in terms of getting information over to that sign language community. So I think it is for this reason that he's emphasizing that the one thing that you need to do is to ensure that people have information, because once people are informed, then people will then be able to know where to access what, how to conduct themselves.
I was especially fascinated when the Deputy Minister spoke about being intentional about women and youth empowerment. And I always say that being a woman is a disadvantage on its own. Being part of the youth is a disadvantage on its own. And being a person living with a disability comes with its disadvantages. So I can only imagine what young women living with disabilities find themselves, and how difficult it can be to navigate our country, and how government, I'm sure that there's a definite need for engagement in terms of how Parliament and government as a whole ensures that the needs of women, youth and persons with disabilities are attended to.
And also spoke strongly on skilling of young people, you know, because you cannot talk on youth unemployment if you have unskilled youth.
Absolutely.
Where will they be employed? And also spoke on those that are skilled, people that go to tertiary, acquire their qualifications. Once they've completed their degrees, they're sitting at home with no employment because they don't have experience. So he said, get them experience. Where are they going to get the experience? Get them experience, put them on the system. Then you have the skilled youth that is capable of taking the country forward. But let's get to know some of our members better.
My name is Bernice Swartz. I come from Gauteng province in the Joburg region. My party is the African National Congress, and I'm looking forward to the 7th administration in that we are going to work and provide the necessary services that we have been requested by the citizens of South Africa to come and represent them in Parliament. And I'm looking forward to us working together in the 7th administration as all the political parties that have been mandated by South African citizens to come and serve them in the National Assembly.
My name is Pretty Pindisile Klabanchaba. I'm from Gauteng province. I was in the province to national list. I sent by the people of Gauteng to come and work for them, to hold the executive accountable for the service delivery. I'm passionate about the service delivery. I'm passionate to work with the community. I'm a civil servant actually. So I'm here so that I'll make sure that the service delivery in Gauteng is being fulfilled.
Good day, I'm Damien Klopper from Middelburg and Mpumalanga. I'm wonderful to be here. What an honor and a privilege. I think the best thing to look forward to is actually seeing changes for the normal South African person. You know, coming from a small town like Middelburg, a lot of times people there are forgotten and not heard. But I plan to bring their voices to this set of Parliament. Thank you very much.
My name is Leopold Gitter, previous councillor in the city of Johannesburg for the Democratic Alliance. I also served as the chief whip and the caucus leader, as well as member of the mayoral committee for two portfolios, being economic development and group corporate and shared services. I'm serving now my first term in Parliament, and I'm quite excited to serve the residents of the country on a larger platform. I'm very passionate about sports, particularly people and the coming together of a nation, hopefully going into the next 30 years where we can see a brighter future.
My name is Jano Engelbrecht. I come from Gauteng province and I represent the constituency of Mogale City. I'm very passionate about correctional services and our prison system and how things are working there in terms of rehabilitating convicted criminals and reintegrating them into society to be well-balanced members of the community again. I look very much forward to the 7th Parliament because I think that the political landscape has changed significantly and we are probably entering the start of grand political realignment.
Good day, my name is Natasha Ndlangwini. I'm a member of Parliament, a returning member for the EFF. This is my third term. Of course, I'm very excited to be back again and within the interesting dynamics that our country is facing us. And of course, will be, as the EFF, always hold the executive to account, and that is why we're here for. Thank you so much.
And that was Know Your Member. Of course, there are some new and old faces that have come into the 7th administration. Of course, there's a huge difference with regards to how the administration is in comparison to the last administration. And of course, we are excited to some of the changes and of course, the oversight, accountability and public participation that we will see in the 7th administration.
Yes, Tepo, it's great to hear those commitments from the members of, from those members, the new and the old, since I'm returning ones, and the new members that are at Parliament for the first time, that are also looking forward to serving their nation. So we remain hopeful, and we'll be watching them over the next 5 years. We'll be here as Parliament TV, and we'll also hold them to account. We'll bring them here in studio.
Absolutely. And of course, you are still watching the build-up to the debate on the opening of Parliament address that will start at 10 a.m. and go on until 10 p.m. tonight. Members will pick apart or support or rebut the President's address during today's debate today. The President has shared amongst others the GNU's priorities for the next 5 years.
And it is said to be quite a debate, Tsepo, with 48 members taking to the podium from both houses and all the political parties represented in Parliament. And all South Africans will be quite interested in seeing the GNU in its first debate.
Of course, we have different political parties, Teminkosi this time, new political parties as well. We have the MK, we have the PA, and of course, it's going to be very interesting to see those interactions and whether members of Parliament they reflect and they relate to what the President has said or not.
Yes, and we can expect about 400 minutes that will spend in the debate. Various members from various political parties, as you've earlier said, some will be rebutting, some will be supporting, some, so there's going to be quite an interesting debate at 10 o'clock, especially in this instance, we have a government of national unity.
And we know how robust Parliament is in terms of debate. It's always been like that, and I think this will be the standard throughout.
Yeah, and for this time around, we don't only have one party that is in government. So I would like to see how those debates are going to take place. And as I've said, that with all those members being part of one government now, where we've seen them in the previous Parliament opposing each other. So we'll wait and see. But it's a long list of speakers from African National Congress, Democratic Alliance, MK Party, ATM, EFF, and
the list goes on.
Yeah. But for now, let's now turn to the content of today's debate on the opening of Parliament address. As we have said, the OPA is an opportunity for the President to share the government's 5-year plan. Let's see what he had to say about the formation of the Government of National Unity.
Guided by this directive from the people of our country, political parties from across the political spectrum have elected to establish a government of national unity. In an act that is unprecedented in our democratic history, 10 political parties represented here in our Parliament have agreed to craft a common program to build a better, more equal and more just South Africa. They have come together despite their differences, and differences they have. They came together because they share a commitment to a nation that is united, prosperous and inclusive. Through a statement of intent, these parties have made a firm commitment to respect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the rule of law, and to promote accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance. They have agreed to a minimum program as the foundation of the work of the government of national unity. The priority actions that arise from this minimum program received the full support of the recent Cabinet Lekgotla, which was held recently, which brought together newly appointed ministers, deputy ministers, and premiers from all our provinces. It also brought together local government representatives as represented in Salga, directors general and other key officials were also in attendance. These are the primary actions that we outline this evening that they decided on. Cabinet will be convening a further strategy session to consider the minimum term development plan, having moved from the medium term strategic plan, framework rather, the development plan which will translate the priorities that these parties have agreed to into a detailed plan, as well as the interventions that government will implement over the next 5 years. The medium-term development plan will set out a well-defined vision and strategic plan that outlines clear goals and includes specific, measurable objectives and a roadmap for achieving them. These goals will be properly aligned with the budget, which will support the implementation of these objectives. In all this work, the National Development Plan Vision 2030 remains the defining blueprint for our country's growth and development. We also draw inspiration from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063 in crafting our medium-term development plan.
Thanks for staying with us here on Parliament TV. We just saw an extract from the President's address last night. The President explains the formation of the Government of National Unity, where 10 political parties have united. He says they are committed to building a more equal and just South Africa. Despite their differences, they share a vision for a united, prosperous and inclusive nation.
And he also just briefly provided an update on the work that has been done already. We know that there was a Cabinet Lekgotla of the GNU, where we had members of the executive, director generals, premier, and representatives, your DGs, and some key stakeholders that were in attendance. Will be convening a further strategy just to consider the medium-term development plan, which then they will use to translate the program that they have agreed, the priorities that they have set up into a detailed plan and intervention that government will implement over the next 5 years. And
Yeah, and I think, Tim Nkosi, it's very important that the President highlighted the fact that the important part of this GNU is the people. Now, please stay tuned as we check out the strategic objectives that the President spoke about in his opening Parliament address.
And the President says that the next 5 years will be dedicated to action that will advance 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical and development state. And Tsepo, we know we need not say that even the President has acknowledged that there's high unemployment rate that government needs to attend to as a matter of urgency. So we hope that as now it's one of the key priorities that we'll see some programs that will seek to assist to fight against this unemployment, and we heard the President also speaking on strengthening the local government. I keep on going back to this point because that's where everything begins. That sphere of government is the one that is closest to the people, and if you can get that sphere of government right, then definitely they will see more job opportunities for the people.
Of course, Temikosi, and I think our viewers will appreciate if we remind them of the President's speech last night, where he spoke about the strategic objectives and investment drive and jobs that his government of GNU now plans to tackle in this next 5 years. Stay tuned.
The Government of National Unity has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to actions that will advance 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We have decided to place inclusive economic growth at the center of the work of the Government of National Unity and at the top of our national agenda. Our experience over the past 30 years has shown that when our economy grows, jobs are created. When our economy contracts, there is no job creation, and in fact, some jobs are lost. The Government of National Unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle that stands in the way of growth. We are determined that growth must be inclusive, and that growth must also be transformational. Inclusive growth must drive the redistribution of wealth as well as opportunity. It must support the empowerment of Black South Africans and women and all those who in the past had been relegated to the fringes of our nation's economy. This is part of the constitutional imperative to redress the imbalances of the past and deal with the slow process of development. Through empowerment and transformation, we can ensure that the skills, the capabilities, resources, and energies of all South Africans are used to the greatest effect. We will continue to pursue the programs that encourage broad-based Black economic empowerment, employment equity, and support to small and medium-sized enterprises. We will continue to protect and uphold the rights of workers and continually strive to improve the conditions in which they work and live. Inclusive growth demands that we affirm the position of the women of our country and the young people in the economy of our country. Inclusive growth requires that we remove the social, economic, and cultural and other barriers to the full participation of persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups in our country. We will support the growth of rural enterprises.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We're coming to you live from the City Hall in Cape Town. And this is a build-up to the debate on the opening of Parliament address that is scheduled for 10 o'clock, where a number of members will be taking the platform to debate on the address by the President yesterday. And amongst those, you can expect to see, obviously, Mr. Ntuli, the ANC Chief Whip, will kickstart the debate, and you will be followed by Dr. Scopa, that will now also be debating as a member of Parliament. There's quite a few names there. You have the President of the EFF, Mr. Malema, that will also take the podium as a fifth speaker on the list. And it's a long list of speakers, Tsefa.
It is, Temikos, and I think it's important that viewers note that the Rules Committee in the National Assembly sat for its third meeting that was held on Wednesday evening, and it resolved to officially recognize the MK party as an official opposition in the House. Now, Section 57(2) of the Constitution provides for the recognition of the leader of the opposition, and Section 32 of the NA Rules also provides for the leader of the largest opposition in the Assembly to be recognized as the leader of opposition. Of course, this was a contentious issue because members kept on asking, well, who is the official opposition? And obviously, we need to also note that with this new government, of course, there will be new seating arrangements. And obviously, the subcommittee, the Sub-Rules Committee, then briefed the Rules Committee regarding this. And this is what we'll be witnessing today in the chamber.
Wow, and we wait to see how that is, how things are going to unfold at the chamber. Tonight, we'd love to see that new arrangement. We know that previously you'd have the ANC seated on one side as the leading party,
yes,
and then you'll have all the opposition parties seated on the other side, with, of course, previously DA being the official opposition. And as you have rightly said, Seppo, there was those discussion on who now becomes the official opposition, especially with the DA having joined the government of national unity. So it is now been made clear, yes, the MK party is the official opposition in the National Assembly.
Traditionally, the leader of the political party with the second largest number of seats in the National Assembly occupies the position of the leader of the opposition. However, the national and provincial elections in May, which culminated in the formation of the Government of National Unity, and with the second largest party, the Democratic Alliance, joining the GNU, the Umkhonto we party is now the official opposition. So that clears
That's
the
the official position of Parliament. MK party is now the official opposition.
Yes,
the Democratic Alliance, which was previously an opposition, which actually came number 2 to the African National Congress in the national elections, which would have been the official opposition had the ANC
had an outright majority.
The outright majority, yes. But now that they've formed this Government of National Unity, MK party becomes the official opposition party. And the leader of the opposition, Dr. John Scopa, has been allocated 30 minutes for this morning's debate. So we'll be here with you viewers at home. We'll be bringing you those debates live at 10 o'clock to hear what members have to say regarding the President's address. But let's hear from the President's speech yesterday.
As the Government of National Unity, we are resolved to intensify our investment drive, encouraging and enabling businesses to invest in productive capacity. These investments will lead to increased employment creation for unemployed South Africans, especially for young people. We will drive growth in labor-intensive sectors such as services, as it is happening now, in agriculture, which has a great potential to create jobs. Our menu... Yes, agriculture. Our manufacturing capability has declined over years. We do need to re-industrialize our country and make sure that we can create more and more jobs out of quite a number of sectors of our economy. To create more jobs for South Africans, we will also focus on processing our minerals so that we export finished products rather than raw commodities. It is actually quite sad to see us continuing to ship out rock, soil, and dust out of the ports of our country, and yet we can process a number of these minerals and ensure that we export processed products, finished products. That is what we will be focusing on. We will pursue a smart industrial policy that focuses on the competitiveness of our economy and that incentivizes businesses to expand our exports and to create jobs. We will continue to work with stakeholders to develop and implement master plans to grow important industries, to increase investment, to create jobs and foster transformation. Now, we will also review the various master plans that we have to see whether they're becoming as effective as we had envisaged. We are convinced that small, medium enterprises and the informal sector hold the greatest potential for inclusive growth and job creation. We will pay particular attention to supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in our townships, in our rural areas, and in areas that need focus. We will take economic activity to where most of our people live so that more and more jobs can be created. Red tape debilitates the creation of jobs. Every department and every public entity has been directed to reduce the undue regulatory burdens that hold back businesses from creating jobs. And this is an area that our ministers will focus on in the areas of their work, so that the various entities and the various structures of government ensure that the regulatory burden that we often impose on businesses must be eliminated so that our businesses can thrive and be profitable and create more jobs. We have demonstrated the value of public and social employment in creating immediate work and livelihood opportunities for many of our people. The Presidential Employment Stimulus, the expanded Public Works Program, and other initiatives under the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention have provided income, work experience, and skills development opportunities to many of our people, particularly young people and women. We will expand and institutionalize these programs so that more and more young people can participate in job opportunities and skills development. Now, through the Presidential Employment Stimulus, we have been able to create nearly 2 million work and livelihood opportunities. Yes, this is true. If you go to our schools, 25,000 of them benefited from the deployment of young people who came in as teacher assistants. Through this program, they gained a lot of experience, they gained a lot of know-how, and they got into the world of work. And many of them are now better equipped to be able to operate in the world of work. We see great potential for growth beyond our borders. As we strengthen economic diplomacy with our largest trading partners and potential trading partners, we will prioritize the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to increase our exports to the rest of our continent. The rest of our continent is actually a wide open opportunity for South African businesses. As one goes around the continent, you often see products from other continents outside of our own. And this can be a real good opportunity for South African businesses. Sometimes as one goes around, you even see water imported from Europe, from Asia. And one often asks oneself, why can't this be done on the African continent? And this is an opportunity for the most industrialized nation on the continent to export to the rest of the continent. We will do this as part of our foreign policy approach, which promotes peace, security, democracy, and development across Africa and advances a more just and inclusive world order.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We're coming to you live from the City Hall. This is a build-up to the debate on the opening of Parliament address, and you can follow the proceedings at Parliament of RSA on all the social media platforms. Now, everyone laughed when the President said that one of the departments that has the great potential of creating jobs was the agriculture. The house broke into laughter, and I'm sure we all know why, because we know who the Minister of Agriculture is,
of course,
which is Mr. John Steenhuisen, and we do know and can agree that this is one of the departments that has the potential to create these jobs, because
Absolutely.
In the rural areas, this is one of the areas that most of the people focus on. As I've said to the viewers, we are building up to the debate on the opening of Parliament address by the President yesterday, wherein a number of members will be taking to the podium from various political parties represented in Parliament to debate on the opening address of the Parliament yesterday.
Of course, one of those members is the Honourable Minister of Agriculture that the President was talking about in terms of how that sector needs more investment and how to enable unemployment. Of course, the President also mentioned the declining manufacturing sector and talked about the importance of supporting small, medium businesses. And this reflected and mirrored what we were talking about yesterday, because we know that Parliament partnered partnered with Proudly SA, and we were talking about the importance of buying local and supporting local fashion designers and the textile industry. And I think this marries into what the president was talking about as part of his key priorities, also in terms of exporting our own goods with the minerals and resources that we have in our country and exporting those throughout the rest of the continent.
Through that, we've seen a number of those textile industries closing down, the factories closing down, especially here in Cape Town, around your Salt River. We used to have a number of clothing factories there. Your Epping area was known for those clothing factories, but that's no longer the case. From someone that lives in Cape Town, because those are the places that we frequented when we wanted to buy clothes that we could afford, but now you're kind of like forced to go to the big shops where you're expected to pay a lot of money. And on the support of the SMMEs, President spoke strongly on that because the only way that you can sustain those SMMEs is if you provide sufficient support. And that support starts with the SMMEs being paid timeously by the government after providing the services. We've had, for some of us that sit in the committees of Parliament, we've had numerous complaints from SMMEs complaining that the departments, government departments were not meeting the 30-day deadline for payment of invoices, and as such they're getting into debt. Some of them have to close because they are relying on this money that they get after providing these services to government. So we wait to see the support that will be provided to SMMEs, because again, these are the people that can create job opportunities. If you have a salon,
it's a value chain. It's a value chain.
People create like this employment. So we hope that there will be enough support for these SMMEs. But let's hear what the president had to say as we are listening to the speech.
Over the next 5 years, we will seize the enormous opportunity in renewable energy for inclusive growth. South Africa has some of the best solar and wind resources in the world. As we undertake a just transition towards renewable energy, our country must create a green manufacturing sector centered on the export of green hydrogen and associated products. We must move into electric vehicles and renewable energy components. We have seen, for example, how the Northern Cape has already attracted billions of rands of investment in renewable energy projects. Work is underway to set up a special economic zone in Bochubai to drive investment in green hydrogen energy projects. We have already a huge pipeline of renewable energy projects representing over 22,500 megawatts of new generating capacity, estimated to be worth around 400 billion rand in new investment. Investments such as these will inevitably create more jobs. Just this week, we saw the largest private energy project connect to the grid near Lichtenberg in the Northwest Province, with over 390,000 solar panels that will add 256 megawatts to the national grid. We will see more of these projects taking shape across the country in the months and years to come. As these investments reach fruition, more jobs will be created. Our Just Energy Transition investment plan sets out a clear path to invest more than 1.3 trillion rand in a just transition, including support for workers and communities in Mpumalanga and other coal-producing regions. Our country is undergoing a renewable energy revolution that is expected to be the most significant driver of growth and job creation in the next decade and beyond.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. And of course, that was the President during his opening of Parliament address last night. And this time he was addressing one of the key priorities for the next 5 years being energy. Of course, renewable energy is a big part, not just in South Africa, but globally, because we're all trying to move for a better planet and, of course, a planet that can provide for future generations.
Definitely we need that because don't know how the future look like, so we need to look into these renewable energies, and also emphasize the best solar that we have and the wind resources that we have in the world. And if you drive along the N2 between Tsitsikamma and Grahamstown, you see quite a lot of those wind generating, I can't remember what they are called again, but you see a lot of that wind generation, electricity generation through those wind that the President spoke on. So he's emphasized that we have one of the best wind resources in the world, so we can go into this renewable energy without really worrying, as long as we are preparing for the future.
Of course, Nkosi, with global warming and climate change, the President, in the first part of his speech, he spoke about the people that have suffered from fires and the terrible weather that we have been seeing throughout the country. And I think for me, that mirrors and that is a consequence of the climate change and things. So it's very evident that it's happening now and change needs to happen now. Of course, the President then spoke about that we need to move to electric vehicles. Now, of course, people might have a bone of contention there regarding the fact that we do have load shedding. And of course, now it's been over 100 days and we haven't had load shedding. However, there are still some provinces that still have load reduction. So one might struggle with that idea as to whether is it realistic within the next 5 years, especially with the electricity and energy problems that we have in the country currently.
Through that, Tsepo, we're still building up to the 10 o'clock debate in the National Assembly, as you can see there. It's the City Hall. The National Assembly is here in the City Hall, and you can see the chairs are still empty, but a couple of members that have occupied their seat and some still walking in. Looks like everyone is looking forward to the 10 o'clock debate. But let's listen to what the President had to say relating to broadband.
We also have a unique opportunity to position our country as a major player in the digital economy and create jobs in digital services. We will invest in digital identity and payments, expand access to affordable broadband, and increase training for young people in digital skills. As we pursue these new areas of growth, we will continue with the far-reaching reforms that enable growth. At the same time, we will launch our second phase of Operation Vulindlela, a government-wide initiative that has been essential in supporting and driving reform. It resides in the Presidency, and the Treasury and the Presidency are hard at work to lead the reform process in our country. But more importantly, it is a process that has seen to the breaking down of silos in government, where various government departments cooperate together to ensure that we drive the reforms that we have embarked upon. In its second phase, Operation Vulindlela will focus on reforming the local government system and improving the delivery of basic services and harnessing digital public infrastructure as a driver of growth and inclusion. It will also focus on accelerating the release of public land for social housing and redirecting our housing policy to enable people to find affordable homes in areas of their choice. We will complete the most consequential transformation of South Africa's electricity industry in more than a century. Since the announcement of the Energy Action Plan that I announced here in Parliament in July 2022, we've made tremendous progress also in reducing the severity of load shedding that beset our country for the long time. Now, over the next 5 years, government will focus on expanding and strengthening the transmission network, the electricity transmission network that needs a great deal of expansion, but that also requires quite a lot of investment. To drive inclusive growth, we need an efficient freight rail network to carry our minerals, our agricultural produce, and manufactured goods to market. Through the implementation of the Freight Logistics Roadmap, we will continue with reforms to transform South Africa's freight logistics system. Now, the work that we are doing with business and unions through the National Logistics Crisis Committee has already contributed to improvements in the operational performance of freight rail and ports.
If you're just joining us, welcome back to Parliament. We're building up to the debate on the opening of Parliament address that is scheduled to start in about 18 minutes' time, if I'm looking correctly at the time. Yeah, it's 18 minutes to the debate. And President speaking strongly on issues of broadband, which is one of the major things that he's proposed is the expansion to access of affordable broadband, and also the increase in training and skilling the youth in providing digital skills to the young people of South Africa. We know earlier when we opened the show, we spoke about this, that these are great strategies that the President has proposed, but what we can hope for is that those that are in the remote areas would also be able to benefit from these proposals made by the President.
And Tim, because the President's strategies align with the reaction of the Minister, Soili Malati, who talked about this, ensuring and empowering and advancing broadband and connectivity throughout the country, not just to ensure effectiveness and, of course, to also ensure that there's advancement in education from basic education, tertiary education throughout. And obviously this means that efficiency, even throughout the public sector, in the departments itself, will increase should there be proper investment and proper management of the money within broadband infrastructure.
And then President spoke on the second phase of Operation Vulindlela, which will focus on reforming the local government system, and something that will help in the improvement of the delivery of basic services. So the President seem to have paid particular focus on local municipalities, because remember he's emphasized on how the local municipalities need to be strengthened, how they need how people with that are, how they need to appoint qualified people in order to provide these basic services. You see that almost in all parts of the speech, you'll keep on mentioning the local government system, because clearly that is where the job creation starts. As we had said, the local government, those are the ones that are really closer to the people. Those are the ones that if you go to communities, you are can see easily the unemployment rate of your community, because those are the people that you're providing basic services to.
And of course, viewers, if they are just catching up with us here on Parliament TV, we are highlighting some of the key priorities that the President spoke about in his opening of Parliament address yesterday at 7 p.m. And let's see what the President had to say about addressing poverty within the country. Stay tuned.
Our second strategic priority as the Government of National Unity is to tackle poverty and the high cost of living. An effective, integrated and comprehensive poverty alleviation strategy is necessary to provide protection and support to the most vulnerable in our society. Even at a time when many companies are making large profits, millions of South Africans are suffering as a result of rising prices of everything they buy. As the Government of National Unity, we will look to expand the basket of essential food items exempt from VAT, and undertake a comprehensive review of administered prices, including, yes, the fuel price formula, to identify and this we did for a while. When the prices of fuel just kept on rising, we were able to find a way in which we could stabilize the price. We will seek to find ways of addressing this challenge. Asset poverty is one of the underlying causes of abject poverty in our country, and this exacerbates the high cost of living amongst our people. The provision of title deeds for land and housing provides people with assets that they can use to improve their economic position. Income poverty is also one of the underlying causes of poverty. The best way to deal with poverty is for people to have jobs. We have, however, made interventions to support the unemployed through a variety of interventions, including during COVID, when we introduced the SRD grant. The SRD grant has provided a lifeline to millions of South Africans who are unemployed. We will use this grant as a basis as we move on for the introduction of a sustainable form of income support for unemployed people to address the challenge of income poverty. We must ensure that local governments properly implement the indigent policy so that the old, the infirm, and the poor are able to get assistance with the payment of basic services. Now, this is important. And importantly, we will link social assistance with other forms of support to lift people out of poverty. To tackle crime and corruption, we must have capable, sophisticated, and independent law enforcement agencies that can fight complex and organized crime. We will deploy modern technology to assist crime fighting. A data-driven approach will be used to identify violent crime hotspots, and inform the allocation of policing resources alongside prevention measures. We will continue to tackle priority crimes like illegal mining, gang violence, cash and transit heists, and the construction mafia through specialized police units. Now, we will continue to implement the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And we will expand victim support services like the Tutuzela centers and GBV desks in police stations. Now, 30 years ago, President Nelson Mandela stood before this House to reflect on the first 100 days of the first government of national unity. Recognizing the different views of the diverse parties within that government of national unity, he said, "What brings us together is the overriding commitment to a joint national effort to reconcile our nation and to improve its well-being." Close quotes. The same may be said of this government of national unity that has now been established by 10 of the parties represented in this parliament. We share a commitment to reconcile our nation by advancing social justice and equal prosperity for all. We are committed to improve the well-being of our country and its people through inclusive growth, the creation of jobs, and the reduction of poverty. This is an undertaking that should involve all of us. On the occasion of the presidential inauguration, I made a commitment that we should work together to hold a national dialogue, to discuss the critical challenges facing our country, and to agree on what we all need to do to achieve a better future for this great country. Across society, people, organizations, foundations, and you name them, have expressed their support for a national dialogue. They have said it should involve all key stakeholders in the life of our country, representing civil society, traditional leaders, the faith-based sector, labor, business, cultural workers, sports people, and other formations representing the diverse interests and voices of our citizens. Following the example set by historic events such as the Congress of the People in 1955, the Conference for a Democratic Future in 1989, and the CODESA talks in the early 90s, and drawing on the experience of writing our Constitution in 1996, we envisage a national dialogue that involves extensive and inclusive public participation.
And we're still live here at the City Hall in Cape Town awaiting the debate on the opening of Parliament address that the President delivered yesterday. Of course, members are making their way in, and we are roughly about 5 minutes before the debate is scheduled to start. Of course, there's no glitz and glamour today like we had yesterday with the red carpet. Today is more serious. Today is about implementation. Today is about ensuring that members of Parliament in this joint sitting, how they will express themselves as to whether they relate and whether they agree to some of what the key priorities that the president highlighted in his speech. There will be some maiden speeches, of course. There are some new members here and members of the cabinet as well that are new. So that is something to look forward to, Temi Nkosi. You can see that the members are trickling in there, some engagement. What are some of the things that viewers can expect for today?
Well, Scopa, it's going to be a long day. It's starting at 10 and scheduled to end at 8 p.m. tonight. As I had said earlier, we have 400 minutes of members debating. So. Yes. Yeah, so it's going to be a very long day. You've also indicated that we'd have we can expect to see some maiden speeches from the members, the new members of Parliament that will participate in this debate. We are about 4 minutes left before the debate. As we have seen earlier, members were starting to settle down. The bells have rang outside indicating that the National Assembly is about to begin its business. And it's safe to say that this is a joint sitting of Parliament.
Absolutely.
It is a joint sitting of two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, and they'll be debating the undertakings that were made by the President yesterday.
Of course, viewers will note that the MK party is the official opposition in Parliament this time. Of course, we did discuss the fact that the DA has joined the GNU, and because of you, the voter, that you are the one that said you want a united front when it comes to politics, and that you, as Motu, come first. This is why we find ourselves in this situation, and that is what the President has been highlighted throughout his speech last night regarding the key priorities that he believes you need as an immediate thing throughout the 5 years that is to come.
And among those speakers, you could have your ministers, you have your leaders of parties, you have members, ordinary members of political parties. As we have highlighted, Mr. Ntuli will open up the debate, Chief Whip of the African National Congress in the National Assembly. He will be followed by Dr. Scopa, the leader of the opposition. You explained earlier that Parliament has now officially appointed MK as recognized MK party as the official opposition
and to prepare members of the public that this speech has been allocated 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So I think members of the public are in for it. We are about to hear robust issues, robust debates in the chamber today.
But before that, let's look at what the President had to say on the education.
As a country, we need to appreciate the impact that a well-functioning and quality education system has on both reducing poverty and driving inclusive economic growth. We will therefore focus on achieving universal access to early childhood development, which is a prerequisite. And this, honorable members, is a prerequisite for improved learning in later years. We will ensure schools are conducive to deliver good education with enough classrooms, safe and appropriate sanitation facilities, clean water, and a daily meal for those children who attend our schools. To ensure that we produce the skills that our economy needs, we will expand vocational and technical training in schools and post-school institutions. And in this regard, we will seek to take a demand-led approach to skills development.
Welcome back. You're still watching a build-up to the debate on the opening of Parliament address that was delivered by the President yesterday. We're just waiting for the Chamber to start the proceedings. We understand that there had been some technicalities there that have caused the delays. It is 10 o'clock now. But you heard the President speaking strongly on issues affecting our education and what are the strategies that they've put in place to ensure that everyone has equal access to education.
And this, of course, we can talk about the discussion that Nompendulo had with member Baxolile Nodata, and about the passion with regards to basic education. I mean, throughout from early childhood development throughout tertiary. And I think with the President's dedication, and he's making this a key priority, shows the importance of quality education and investing in quality education, because ultimately the youth are the future of this country.
And that importance is also expressed by in the manner in which our government takes serious the early childhood development.
Absolutely.
Because that is the foundation. If you can get it right there, then you're likely to see children going up to finishing matric. You know that there's been that concern as well, that you start grade 1 with a high number of learners, but when it gets to matric, that number has almost dropped to half. So if we can strengthen the early childhood development, and then we can have hope that you can see some of these kids starting to grade 1 right up to grade 12 and making it out of the schooling system into institutions of higher learning.
Of course, there's a golden thread throughout all these sectors, because the moment government starts investing, proper investment in early childhood development, in primary schools, in the basic education and then tertiary education, then we can ensure that we have upskilled, qualified and youth that are employed and not just unemployed sitting at home, because the issue that we have right now that we're grappling with is that we find a lot of unemployed graduates, because when you look at the qualifications, when you look at the skills, they do not match the needs of what the economy and the country needs.
Well, yes, if we can, yes, now, I think we've heard the President speaking on education. Maybe let's hear what the President had to say on issues relating to health.
Important task of the next 5 years is to ensure that we also reduce the high cost of living through ensuring that everyone in South Africa has equal access to equitable, accessible, and affordable quality health care. As we implement the National Health Insurance, we will focus on strengthening healthcare infrastructure, which many people during the debate and discussions on the NHI have said we should focus on. We will also improve the training of healthcare professionals and use technology to improve healthcare management. Now, while there is much contestation around the NHI, there is broad agreement that we must draw on the resources and capabilities of both the public and private sectors to meet the healthcare needs of all South Africans equally. In implementing the NHI, we are confident that we will be able to bring stakeholders together and that we will be able to resolve differences and clarify misunderstandings.
Of course, we still have some technical challenges in the chamber, but as soon as that comes up, we will lead you to that debate. And of course, the president just spoke about health, and I've always been of the opinion that if you have a healthy nation, then you have a working nation, and therefore this being part of a key priority in his government plans for the next 5 years, especially now with the implementation of the NHI, of which we're yet to see how that is going to work. I think the president and the government as a whole is on the right track.
I like what you said right there, Tsepo, that if you want to have a
healthy nation is you have a working nation.
Then you will get that working nation, which is why the president has ensured that, has made commitments to ensure that everyone in South Africa has access to health care. Because you can give access to education, you can give access to all, but if you're giving access to an unhealthy nation, then it will really, I don't think it will achieve your goals. And also, it's talk about the strengthening of the healthcare infrastructure.
Yes.
I always go back to the rural areas because that's where I come from. That is much needed because, you see, I come from a community where we have a hospital. There's a hospital where I come from, but people opt to go to the hospitals in towns because of the infrastructure that is available there. So we remain hopeful that this will see that the strengthening of this health infrastructure and also the training, proper training of health professionals. Because complaints that we'll often hear of from our public health facilities relate to unprofessional health, to unprofessional health care workers. So if you can train them and professionalize those ones, then you likely, maybe that could be where the problem is, because some people would rather go to a private doctor other than going to a public health facility because they are concerned about the treatment that they are going to receive there.
And this reminds me of a video that was doing the rounds on X where the Premier of the Free State decided to go to the Provincial Hospital in Valcom, Bongani Hospital, where I come from. Home is Valcom. And she did an oversight visit that was unexpected. She walked in and she was treated just like any other ordinary citizen within Valcom and how they are treated. And she experienced the horrible treatment from the public servants. And she addressed that. She addressed that and told them that this is unacceptable, that it should not be about the status of the person. It should not be about who the person is, where they come from, that public healthcare and proper quality healthcare should be provided throughout the spectrum, regardless of who you are, where you come from, and what you do.
And perhaps then we can even start seeing maybe members of government, members of the executive start making use of those public health facilities. But Tsepo, you've spoken about the Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Poppy Ramutuba, and he's number 10 on the speaker's list. He's the former MEC for Health in Limpopo, and from what we've seen from what we saw in social media platforms, I follow her page, and she's been doing very well in Limpopo in terms of her health service, ensuring the provision of health services. She's seen her conducting a lot of oversight, doing these visits that you're talking about, unannounced oversight visits. So
yes.
I really can't wait to hear what she has to say when she takes the podium to debate. As soon as the debate starts. But like we've said, that we're still experiencing challenges in the chamber, which is why we have not taken our viewers over to the chamber. We had assured them that the debate starts at 10, but unfortunately the glitches are beyond us, and also the weather is not as great in Cape Town.
Yes.
Yesterday we also experienced the same challenges relating to signal. So you will see some of these delays happening. It's really the weather that has caused all this, but we hope that all that will be sorted out soon, and we'll be taking our viewers into the National Assembly. But for now, let's hear what the President had to say on issues relating to public service.
third strategic priority of the Government of National Unity is to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. We will proceed with the work already underway to professionalize the public service, ensuring that we attract into the state people with skills and capabilities. And I need to pause for a minute here that as the Government of National Unity, key people who were appointed into positions of ministers and deputy ministers, as they got into the office, the public service officials have managed this transition period extremely well, and I want to thank them for doing so. We will continue to fight corruption and prevent undue political interference in our administration of the state. In this administration, we will complete the work to restore the financial position and operational performance of our state-owned enterprises. We will complete the implementation of a new centralized ownership model for our state-owned enterprises. This will improve accountability, transparency, governance, and oversight, while reducing inefficiency and the potential for corruption. The establishment of a state-owned SOE holding company will give us even greater capacity, apart from everything else that this will benefit us for. It will give us greater capacity to build a sovereign wealth fund. This has been done successfully by other countries whose sovereign wealth funds have built up capital from the high performance of their state-owned enterprises rather than from the fiscus. So this is an important move.
Welcome back. And of course, we're still anticipating the debate on the opening of Parliament address of the President, which he delivered yesterday, outlining the key priorities that his government will be taking, infecting plans and if implementing action on throughout the next 5 years.
And we do request you viewers at home just to hang on and you stay with us. We will be bringing you the chamber soon. We just are waiting for the pictures to come up on your screen. And there it is. As you can see, they're filling up just a few seats that remain empty. See some of the members there, the Minister of Social Development. The President is also arrived. The President is in the chamber and the Deputy President. And on the right is the Chief Whip of the African National Congress in the National Assembly. And you can see the Miss Duduzile. Sambodla, Zuma Sambodla. She's rocked a Palestinian scarf.
Yes, yes. Of course, members are awaiting the debate to start, and this is a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, and this is to debate some of the key priorities that the President outlined in his opening of Parliament address that happened yesterday.
And that being a joint sitting means that the debate will be, you will hear members from the National Assembly and from the National Council of Provinces all participating in the debate on the opening of Parliament addressed by the President yesterday. We're still waiting. As you can see, the members are the chamber is almost full, but the members are still up. They have not settled yet. Some have settled, some have not settled yet. And on your screen right there, the bottom is one of the most important members, I would say.
And
the
right
Minister
there we
of
have the
Electricity.
Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelie Lotrich, sitting next to the Deputy Chief Whip of the DA, Baxolile Nodada. Of course, there's the President, anticipating some of the replies, of course, to the speech that he delivered just yesterday.
And right there behind the President is Ms. Matrodina, Dr. Korenov, for the Councillor to the President, as well as Stella Ndabeni. There's the man I was talking about right at the bottom of your screen who will be, if you count in the first row, 1, 2, 3, 4, next to Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi is Minister Josiacho Ramokgopa, the Minister of Electricity. We're over 100 days of no load shedding.
That's true.
Yes, so we remain hopeful that we're not going to see the load shedding again. We shouldn't really be celebrating the 100 days because we shouldn't be having load shedding at all. But we have all our hopes high on the minister. He's at least given us over 100 days without load shedding, right there at the bottom next to the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi.
Of course, then members of the public members of the public will appreciate the fact that this is an important debate, and of course they can participate in this debate by following us on our social media platforms. And if you want more information on the joint sitting, of course, and what it means, the functions thereof, and the different houses of Parliament, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, just go to parliament.gov.za. And of course you can follow us on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA.
And at any moment that debate will resume in the House, we're still waiting, as members are also settling in and readying themselves. You've seen the President; he is in the chamber with the Deputy President. And I think the President today will just be sitting and listening because he is expected to respond to all the issues that will be raised during the debate. So today is for him to just sit, take notes, and listen to all the issues that will be raised by the members.
Absolutely. And of course the bells are ringing and we are about to see the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, as this is day one of the debate over the President's opening of Parliament address that he delivered last night.
I wonder what is the discussion about there between the President, the Deputy President and the Chief Whip. But it would be expected that if they are seated together, they would have some discussions. They are from the same party, which is the African National Congress. And on your screen, as we had said, we still await for the debate to begin. But we had indicated earlier that the debate will start at 10 o'clock. However, there has been some delays which relate to technical challenges, but at least we've managed to get the National Assembly on the chamber on your screens, as you can see there. So we're waiting for that debate to start at any moment. But for now, let's look at knowing your members.
While we're sitting here and looking at the members in the chamber, let's get to know your member.
Good day, my name is Sello Sitlolo. I am from the Northwest Province. I originate from the municipality of JB Marks, but represent the constituency of Greater Taung. This is my second term coming back as a member of Parliament. I look forward to continuing to do the hard work in terms of representing my constituency, making sure that they're able to receive the basic services that they need and that Parliament represents their interests. Thank you.
My name is Rulani Tembisiweya. I come from Limpopo Province in Collins Chabani sub-region. That is my constituency. I look forward to serving the people of South Africa, preserving the constitution, working hard to pass laws and make recommendations which will change their lives, improve the lives of those who are historically disadvantaged. I'm honored to be elected to come and serve our people to ensure that we address the issues of inequality, unemployment and poverty. I'm passionate about development of rural women, like I said, because I come from a rural community, about ensuring that we educate the rural girl child to teach them about their reproductive rights and the right to education. I'm very passionate also about reading to ensure that our people read and learn and empower themselves.
My name is Siska Jordan. I'm from a town called Secunda in Mpumalanga. I represent the Democratic Alliance. I'm looking forward to working with political parties in Parliament in this historical time in South African history, and I hope to work towards creating a better future for the children of our country, such as my own.
My name is Mikateko Mahlaule. I was born in Limpopo province in Guyana. I'm here returning member of Parliament. I would like to see more and more accountability from the executive. I would want the 7th administration to tackle unemployment in a more radical way. We would want to see the mining sector booming and more regulations on the zamazamas so that the illicit financial flows are regulated in that sector. There's a lot of money going out of the country unregulated. We would need it to be regulated. Thank you very much.
I'm Sihle Zigalala, an African National Congress member of Parliament, coming from KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, I'm passionate. My passion is on soccer and running, doing a lot of half marathons. I'm looking forward to ensure that the 7th Parliament becomes effective in serving the people, addressing poverty, create jobs, and ensure prosperity for all.
I'm Dalmain Christians. This is my second term as a Member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance. In the first term, I served in the National Council of Provinces, where I served the members of the Northern Cape and the community of the Northern Cape robustly, and I really tried to solve all the issues in the Northern Cape. This term, I'm looking forward to really serving the community of the Northern Cape through the knowledge and experience that I have. I have 2 master's degrees, one a master's degree in psychology of education, which is my passion, the educational field, and secondly a master's degree in business administration. I have also just completed my doctorate, and I'm hoping that all of this will assist me in really serving the community not only of the Northern Cape but the entire South Africa.
My name is Jane Sitole from Mpumalanga province. I represent the Democratic Alliance. I am here to learn, and I love cooking. I love food. I love pasta. I'm also a champagne, I nearly said addict, but not an addict. I love champagne. So for me, if you want to make me happy, there is pasta, there is champagne. It doesn't really matter what kind of pasta. I love that. And another thing that I love shopping. Even if the economy is squeezing us, I love doing window shopping. So I will go, I will look, because I love shopping. I'm really looking forward to be part of the 7th Parliament, because this is the highest lawmaking in our country, and I'm going to be part of that. I am going to contribute to that to make our country better. I am so looking forward to this, and I hope that I'm going to represent the people of my province in Mpumalanga very well. Thank you so much.
My name is Alexandra Abrams. I am born and bred in the beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Outside of work, I enjoy hiking, Cape Town and the Western Cape is home to some beautiful mountain ranges. I also enjoy spending time with my family and friends, and I enjoy cooking and eating delicious, nourishing meals. I am a returning member. I'm looking forward in the 7th Parliament to actually have more of the public participation and having a gallery where members of the public can come and view and witness what is going on in Parliament. And I think this elections had more people involved, so it'd be great to get more members of the public involved. And also I'm looking forward to passing bills. For the first time ever, one party no longer has a majority, so passing bills and passing private members' bills will be very interesting.
My name is Jan de Villiers. I'm from the Western Cape. I live in Strand, and I love my wife and my kids, and I love to be a family man. And more than that, not more than that, but I also love surfing and running, and I love the Western Cape. I love South Africa, and I feel very privileged to be here. Well, I'm a returning member. I was in the 6th Parliament. I'm returning to the 7th, and yes, I look very much forward to this Parliament because it would be the first Parliament where there will be a coalition government of sorts. So it will be a completely new dynamic. It will be an opportunity for Parliament to work in a way that it's never worked before, and I look forward to the challenge and playing my part in that.
My name is Paul Swart. I come from a small little town called Elim. It's a Moravian mission station belonging to the Moravian Church in South Africa. And it's actually, it's the southernmost town. It's part of the southernmost municipality on the African continent. And now for the past 8 years, I was the executive mayor of Cape Agulhas municipality. I was a ward councillor in Ward 5 in Struisbaai, in Agulhas, and that is the southernmost towns on the continent of this beautiful continent, South Africa. I really want to see that entrepreneurs are being empowered in this country because they are the job creators. We need people who can create jobs. That is my passion. Economic development, empowerment of entrepreneurs, and also the challenge in South Africa is the social economic challenges and the illness in our communities. Youth development, children at school level, substance abuse, and that is my passion that I really want to embrace, and that is the challenge that I really want to show my interest in on this level and platform where I'm going to represent my province and the country in Parliament.
Ngiyanibingelela, igama lami ngingupinki Pelgin Ncube, bangazi ngo-Comrade Pinky Mngadi, ngivela eThekwini region eKZN eNtuzuma. Ngimember ye-MK part njengoba ngingenile kwi-National Assembly. Isifiso sami okanye indlela engidaleke ngayo ukusiza abantu engingakusho ukuthi isiphiwo sakamoya kuphinde kube isiphiwo sokuphila kwi-communication njengomuntu owuthisha obefundisa e-foundation. Ngokufika kwale organization ngagijima-ke ngabasebenzela abantu okuthi nala ngikhona njengamanje iyona i-community engithembile ukuthi ekuqaleni ngibe u-coordinator we-ward kwasuka lapho kwanyuka ngaba kwi-region yaseThekwini. So namanje njengoba bengilethe la bangilethe ngoba bengithemba nanokuthi ke isifiso sami ukusiza nje kusukela ekuqaleni abantwana abancane kunyuka kuya phezulu ngoba ikhona iorganization ebengiyenza yokuthi noma befuna ukufunda ngikhona ukuthi ngibasize. So njengoba ngikule party iMK party ngimisela kulo 5 years engizohlala ukuthi ngideliver iservice eright emphakathini eSouth Africa yonke.
My name is Duduzuma Sambudla. I am from Johannesburg and I'm from the MK party. I enjoy reading and watching documentaries actually. We're in the 7th Parliament now. It is obviously our party's, MK's first time being here and my first time into Parliament. So I am excited to learn and looking forward to growing. And we just hope to achieve what we've promised the voters, what we can from the opposition benches. Being a member of Parliament's never honestly been like my line of thinking, but now that I'm here, it's something that I have looked into deeply and I appreciate because it is the voters giving people like us confidence to be here to deliver on what they're expecting from us. So it's still also going to be a learning curve for us, but something that I'm excited to do and to learn. Well, our supporters can expect exactly what it is that we promised during our campaign trail. Obviously, we didn't get our 2/3 majority, but we'll do what we can from the opposition benches in terms of what we can see how to, put some bills to change or amend constitutions that we want to.
And of course, that. Of course, that is the mace and the rod, signifying that the processions in the chamber are about to begin.
And as you can see, the members standing up and will now take you to the chamber.
Well done.
Honourable members, I would like to apologize and explain to you, as it has been explained to your chief whips, that the delay has been as a result of the audio system where they have a tripping line which they've been trying to find and at the moment have not been so successful. So they had tried to isolate some of the things that are plugged in so that we can have at least the mics working so that we can continue with our business. We really apologize for that. It's something that we had unforeseen because all the preparations were done and tested and checked, but unfortunately, there's always something that sometimes can go wrong when you least expect. I hope members will accept our apology. Thank you very much. Now the Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on the opening of Parliament address.
Thank you, honourable members. I've received a copy of the opening address of the President delivered at the joint sitting yesterday, 18th July 2024. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I now call upon Honourable M. Dooley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, esteemed members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, in his masterful book titled The Frontiers, the Epic of Africa's Creations and the Tragedy of the Xhosa People, historian Noel Mostert recounts a tale from the 19th century when a Boer general extended an offer of alliance to King Insa of Amaxhosa to resist the encroaching British forces. The offer was ultimately rejected by King Insa, likely informed by a deep-seated mistrust of both the Boers and the British. Yet again, in 1902, the Treaty of Vereeniging was signed between the British and the Boers, ending a South African war and establishing self-government under British rule in the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. Yet the Africans who valiantly fought at that war were excluded from the negotiating table. Among the Boer generals, it is said, were those who championed the inclusions of Africans to address the native question, but their voices were equally ignored. We can only speculate on the trajectory our country would have taken had King Insa accepted the alliance that was offered to him. Nor will we ever know where our country will be today. Madam Speaker, we also know that Zululand had been broken up into 13 smaller territories by the British government, and later realized that the futility of breaking up the Zululand and restore King Cetshwayo as the paramount leader. However, they left Uzibepu Kamapita with his lands intact. When King Dinizulu succeeded his father, King Cetshwayo Kasenzangakona, he contested succession with Uzibepu. In that contest, King Dinizulu appealed to the British for support, but received no response. He then offered rewards of land to the Boer farmers from the Utrecht and Vryheid to join sides with him and help restore order to unite Zululand and the Zulu Kingdom. Madam Speaker, these episodes are a microcosm of our nation's fraught journey. They serve as a poignant reminder of the intricate dynamics that have shaped our past. They highlight the profound significance of alliances and consequences of our choice. When people are faced with the threat of annihilation, they come together and seek one another to overcome their threat for their continued existence and to thrive. Our democratic breakthrough is under threat, and it is not business as usual. As the ANC, we've invited our people to join in a reasoned and robust debate towards the reconstruction and development of our country, rather than depending on charismatic populism, which often defines our national discourse. The processes which started with the arrival at the Cape of the Dutch settlers resulted in the transformation of our country into a settler colonial state, what we characterize as colonialism of a special type. As a settler colonial state, ours did not differ from how similar settler colonial states such as in the US, Australia, and Israel behaved towards the indigenous population. They dispossessed the indigenous population of its country, handed it over as the property of the settlers, and treated the indigenous population as subordinates and subhuman. The difference between us and the US is that our indigenous population, united in spite of their language and tribal divides, remain by far the overwhelming majority relative to the settlers. Madam Speaker, this is what made it possible for this majority in 1912 to unite under the banner of the African National Congress, to rise up to end colonial settler colonialism state, and to proclaim that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. A united South Africa later declared in the Constitution that South Africa belongs to all who lives in it, united in our diversity. The African National Congress is unwavering in its objective to create a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous South Africa in a peaceful world. We are the first to admit that despite the progress we've made, together over the past 30 years, more still needs to be done to create a South Africa that is truly united and prosperous, to build a non-racial society, to create development opportunities for all South Africans, and of course to improve the quality of life of all our citizens. Madam Speaker, a towering giant of our struggle and our struggle for freedom, Inkosi Albert Luthuli, in his message to the Congress of the People gathered in Clifton Park, 1955, 69 years ago today, he had the following to say, and I quote, "The task of gaining freedom in our multiracial society is of considerable magnitude and will tax severely the determination and the courage of the best of us. But the need and the urgency for the task and the justice of the cause demand of us to be willing to pay the supreme price for the noble cause," unquote. His words, Madam Speaker, steeped in the profound wisdom and courage, resonate through the corridors of time, and remind us of the immense responsibility we carry today of building a better life for all our citizens. The outcomes of the 2024 national and provincial elections undoubtedly send shock waves throughout our movement, the National Democratic Movement, the continent, and the rest of the world, in which the ANC emerged as a party that is without the minimum 50% plus one of the support. And of course, we've got to admit that it is not difficult to identify the reasons for the increasing support of the ANC in the past elections. The socio-economic situation in our country was changing for the better, directly benefiting the masses of our people. The GDP growth at an average of 3.6%. The number of people with jobs increased from 8 to 14 million. The average GDP per capita increased by almost 40%. Access to basic services such as water, housing, electricity, and energy and infrastructure was expanded. However, the period between 2008 and 2022 saw a major reversal of some of the strategic gains. That constituted a major setback on the advancement of the National Democratic Revolution. The outcomes of the May national and provincial elections confirmed that reality. Despite all of that, the ANC resolved to forge unity among South Africans across race, religion, creed, and that support is unwavering. All our policies are based on creating a prosperous South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it, united in their diversity. Madam Speaker, in the words of our beloved leader and President, Comrade Oliver Tambo, in which he said, and I quote, "Without unity, we are weak. Without action, we will remain oppressed. To move forward, we have to act in unity and unite in action," unquote. We truly have to act in unity and unite in action. The gains of our freedom and democracy must be defended, consolidated, and advanced to realize socio-economic rights as demanded by the Constitution of the Republic. We proceed from the understanding that our Constitution represents the genuine will of our people and their desire to build a better life for all, and therefore that as their democratically elected representatives, this is a task we can neither abdicate nor delegate. We need to continue to engage within our society, within and outside these chambers, to ensure that our society unites and strive to act in unity, consistent with the call that was made by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday, that our country must converge in a national dialogue to determine our collective future. The ANC remains by far the largest party and has pulled together other parties to ensure that we continue the journey started in 1912 and consolidated in successive governments since 1994 to bring about national cohesion and stability to the democratic state and continued advance to the better life for all. This unprecedented experience is not a deviation from the National Democratic Revolution, but rather a fulfillment of its objectives aimed at building a united and a non-racial society. Madam Speaker, over the past 30 years, our policies have driven social and economic transformation, and we intend to accelerate this trajectory. Thus, the vision of the Government of National Unity to address comprehensive needs of the masses of our people, unlike coalitions that narrow their focus to political power management. Madam Speaker, the statement of intent has as its underlying pillar rapid, inclusive and sustainable economic growth driven by a commitment to industrialization and high rates of investment, jobs creation and social change. President Cyril Ramaphosa, through his opening address yesterday, has outlined the program of the executive for the year ahead. As the ANC Parliamentary caucus, we stand ready to support the Seventh administration to ensure stability and prosperity of our country and the continent, while ensuring strict fidelity, accountability, and transparency. We must renew our commitment to bridge the gap between the people and their parliament and their government. In this regard, we pledge to work collaboratively with all political parties represented in this august House, recognizing, of course, that each party carries the legitimate voice and the aspirations of its constituents. Our political differences should not make us enemies, nor should they invalidate anybody's rights as enshrined in the Constitution or call to question our patriotism. This is a spirit with which the ANC Parliamentary caucus commit to conduct itself. Madam Speaker, our commitment to the principles of the National Democratic Revolution remains unwavering. We believe that the path to a united and prosperous society presented to us by the current context lies in our ability to pull together across party lines. This is not merely a political strategy, but a moral imperative, rooted in our shared history and our collective future. Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. M.J. Scopa.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In view of time constraints, I will simply say all protocol observed. Thank you. In view of time constraints, I rise here on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe, the party which I lead in Parliament, and the party which was I rise here on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe, the party which I lead in Parliament, to respond to the speech that was made by the President last night. Our position is as follows. The establishment of the Government of National Unity is singularly a very cruel joke by the Ramaphosa faction of the ANC and the Democratic Alliance, perpetuated against the oppressed and downtrodden masses of our people. Our people are painfully aware that it would be impossible to create a united nation in South Africa unless the legacy of colonialism and apartheid was addressed. For a very long time, South Africans have been constituted by two nations, one black, poor, and economically disempowered and excluded, and the other white, rich, and in command of most of the means of production, material, and incorporeal resources and advantages of our society. These are not my words. These are the words of the former President, Thabo Mbeki. He uttered these words many years ago, and nothing has changed. Nothing has changed fundamentally since Thabo Mbeki made those remarks. My question to you, President, is this. Through what magic do you hope to forge a national unity of the oppressor and the oppressed, the exploiter and the exploited? The rich capitalists and the rich capitalists and the toiling and exploited working class. Our position is very clear. When the ANC could not secure majority, it became desperate, and the government, so-called government of national unity, was no more than a desperate and deliberate attempt to hold on to power. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Now, if the ANC formed the so-called government of national unity on the basis that it was the largest party, you ask yourself, why was that principle not extended to the province of KZN? It is a fact that Umkhonto weSizwe won the province of KZN convincingly. We know that. That is a fact. That is a fact. Now, if there was consistency in the principle that the party which has the largest majority, one would have expected that to be done in KZN. The students of political science, Mr. President, will tell you a simple fact. You don't form a government of national unity when there is no crisis. A government of national unity is formed when there is a crisis. We had it in 1994 in this country. We had it in 1994 in this country because there was a crisis and we're emerging from apartheid. There is no crisis. The only crisis is that the ANC has lost the majority. Now, we understand why the ANC has lost the majority, and you know it too. What I find striking is this. There were so many parties that campaigned openly against the ANC. There were many parties that said they will never work with the ANC. But when they were offered blue lights, they suddenly fell in love with the ANC. Quite frankly, I respect someone like Minister Gayton Mackenzie, whose views were always clear. He said he will work with any party, and he has been consistent in that regard. There are parties here which campaigned against the ANC, but when the opportunity to be on the gravy train came, they went for it. The MK party is very clear. We are aware that your propagandists have been spreading the lie that a national unity government in South Africa could help deepen democracy because it means no one political party can impose its agenda on all and sundry. But we are not fooled, Mr. President. We are not fools. It is very clear that the DA has a veto power in respect of the so-called government of national unity. The MK party was excluded and denied participation in the sellout GNU because we do not agree. Because we do not agree with the ANC and the DA racist on many fronts. In our manifesto, we were loud and clear. I quote, "The MK party is committed to transformative change across all sectors of South African society. Our policies are designed to address the most pressing challenges we face today."
Order. Order, honorable members. Can we all be in order? and allow the Speaker on the podium to proceed.
I will go back to our manifesto. The MK Party is committed to transformative change across all sectors of South African society. Our policies are designed to address the most pressing challenges we face today: economic inequality, inadequate access to quality education and healthcare, national security threats, inequitable land distribution, and the need for robust traditional leadership and foreign policies that reflect our values and aspirations. Through our manifesto as the MK Party, we aim to lay down a clear path towards a more equitable, secure, and prosperous future for all South Africans. The restitution of land to Black South Africans remains a yardstick against which sellout ANC and DA-GNU government, against which your performance will be measured. Land has symbolic value to us. It means so much to us. As President Mandela once said in 1995, with freedom and democracy came restoration of the right to land, and with it the opportunity to address the effects of centuries of dispossession and denial. In a similar vein, President Luthuli of the ANC once declared the following. He said, "Without land, there is no dignity." Our own president, Umsholozi, said the following. He said the following, "Iy'nkinga zethu zaqala ngesikhathi kufika abamhlophe kuleli. Bathatha umhlaba wethu, bathatha nomcebo wethu, bafika nomthetho wabo, bazenzela unothanda nje. Namhlanje asinamhlaba, namhlanje asinamfuyo, konke kwathathwa ngesihluku. Salwa silwela umhlaba wethu, asizange sivele siwanike abelungu." At this point, I want to recognize our traditional leaders who are here as part of Umkhonto weSizwe, because in Umkhonto weSizwe, we believe that the land belongs to the nation and the land belongs to the people. His Majesty, the King of the Khoi and the San people, Glenn Taiposh. His Majesty, King Dalindyebo Matutu. His Majesty, King Zwelethhu Mthethwa is here. And finally, our own president is a king, Ubaba Zuma. Yes, he is.
Order.
Our position is very clear.
Order.
Our position is very clear.
Honorable members, when we are heckling, we can do so without drowning the speaker. If we want to converse among ourselves, we can also do so without drowning the speaker. Can we please allow the speaker to proceed?
Our position is very clear. Umkhonto weSizwe was formed because we believe that the ANC of Ramaphosa is not capable of delivering. It has failed dismally. It has failed the...
Honorable Speaker, can you take a seat? Honorable Ndlozi, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. There are people in the House, Speaker, who are drowning the Speaker. We never disrupted anyone.
Order, honorable members. I want to hear the point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Ndlozi?
I'm saying that You are not protecting the speaker on the podium. He's been drowned.
I've just done that.
Because people are losing their heads here. I don't know.
Honorable
you lost votes, now you are losing your heads. Listen to the honorable judge.
Honorable
with discipline.
Honorable
Please,
take your seat.
Protect the speaker on the podium.
Order, honorable members. When we make points of order, we do just that. We don't have a debate. Can we now ask Honorable Scopa to proceed with his speech?
May I proceed? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to proceed.
Order. The Chief Whip of the DA, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe during his point of order, the Honourable Ndlozi referred to the Speaker at the podium, the Leader of the Opposition, as Judge Scopa. I don't think that an impeached judge can be called a judge anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I have ruled, can we all be in order and allow the Speaker on the podium to proceed? Honourable member, you have your point of order.
Well, I'm not going to descend to that level. I've got
Honourable
better
Speaker,
titles.
can you take your seat? Yes, honourable member, what's your point of order? Yeah.
I know that you are not sitting there as umuntu wakwagogo. Isibawa ukuthi indlu kube ne-order. Ngoba into leyenzeka nje. Mase kunomunye in particular ama-racists makakhuluma la. We will respond with the way they are.
Order, honourable member.
Judge Scopa akaliswe our leader ukuthi aqede ispeech sakhe, please.
Honourable member.
We have listened to Chief Whip ANC.
Take your
Azange
seat.
simdisturbe, please.
Ngicela ukuthi amalunga ahloniphekile alendlu yesishayamthetho sonke silalelane. Ngikhulumile nani nonke ngathi sicela ukuthi sinikeze umuntu oseqongeni akwazi ukukhuluma. Kodwa nonke uma senikhuluma senixokozela akazukwazi ukuthi simuzwe. Nathi thina ke esimxhasayo ngicela nje ukuthi sonke simlalele. Qhubeka lunga elihloniphekile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, in 2022, the World Bank reported that inequality in South Africa gave South Africa an unfortunate inequality in South Africa. South Africa is a country which has a problem to do with inequality. It reported that 80% of the country's wealth was in the hands of 10% of the population. And it is the black population who factor most in the poorest category. The report places the blame for the income disparities directly on race. The legacy of colonialism and apartheid, rooted in racial segregation, continues to reinforce inequality in South Africa, the report stated. This is clear proof that the end of formal apartheid in 1994 did not end the real problems that we have in this country. And against that, I'm asking you, President, how are you hoping to sustain the so-called government of national unity when your interests are fundamentally and diametrically opposed in the so-called government of national unity? As the MK party, we are interested in genuine and real transformation of South Africa. This cannot simply mean having a nice, toothless constitution or so-called world's best constitution. We are not and can never be satisfied with our judges regurgitating Roman law, which was imported into this country through the genocidal force and forced down our throats. When we were colonized, we had our own systems of justice in place. African customary law, which is close to our heart. Colonization brought with it a foreign legal system, Roman Dutch law, and this was done in order to protect and preserve the interests of those who colonize us. I challenge you to tell me a single country in Europe which is governed by African law. A single country in Europe which is governed by African law. If you can't tell me, why do we allow Roman Dutch law, which does not reflect the views and the aspirations of the majority of the people in this country? Why do we allow that to be a system in place? Why? The conclusion is inescapable that that legal system is there to preserve the interests of the privileged white minority in South Africa at the expense of millions of poor black people that we represent in this parliament. It is our considered view that the speech that was delivered by the President yesterday fails on so many fronts. The President mentioned building infrastructure in rural areas. I don't know when that is going to start. He has never done it before. What would make us believe that he would suddenly now focus on rural areas as a priority? Why would he suddenly do that now? You have never done it before, Mr. President. It is our considered view that if we want to bring about fundamental changes, we need to invest in infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. Now, the problem is, where is money going to come from? Because we keep borrowing money every day, Mr. President. Our view is further that we need serious agrarian revolution in this country to turn things around in agriculture. We need agrarian revolution, which has been lacking. Rural areas in the main have not been taken seriously. Whilst, of course, the struggle continues for Section 25 of the Constitution to be amended. We are not apologetic about our stance. We remain firm. Section 25 of the Constitution must be amended. It is our considered view. Thank you. It must be amended to make provision for expropriation of land without compensation. That is the only way we can redress imbalances of the past and ensure that each and every South African has access to land in this country. Once there is access to land, so many of the problems that we have will be dealt with. For example, there will be no influx control. We all know people leave rural areas because they are not developed. They are poorly resourced. They leave rural areas, go to big cities like Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, looking for better opportunities. When they get there, there are no opportunities. But if land were to be restored to our people, they will be confined in those areas, provided they are developed. There will be no need for them to leave those areas and go to urban areas. Furthermore, access to land will ensure that everybody has bread on the table. I know there are members in some of the parties who say there is Ingonyama Trust land, for example, in KZN, and that land is not being used. That is clearly a lie. People who live in those areas are not dependent on your 350 rand per month, Mr. President. They are serious farmers. They practice subsistence farming in those areas. They are not dependent on your 350 rand for them to live. So we need to invest in agrarian revolution, make sure we turn things around. The other way of generating jobs, which is covered in our manifesto, we should reintroduce compulsory military training. That will absorb our young men and women who have no job and teach them to be disciplined. It will immediately turn things around. There is no question about it. We clearly need to reduce spending. It is very clear as a result of this bloated cabinet. It's all about blue lights. It's all about fancy cars, and you have forgotten the reason why you were elected, Mr. Ramaphosa, in the first place. We have forgotten the reasons. You have, to put it bluntly, you have sold out. We in the MK will continue to fight for Section 25 of the Constitution to be amended. We will continue to fight for the improvement of the quality of the life of our people, particularly those who live in rural areas, who are by and large black, and I'm using the term black generically. Until those aspirations, we will continue to fight. We will do it in a peaceful and lawful manner. There are parties here, some of them are in government, in the government of national unity. I've heard some people, ministers, advocating the death penalty. That is unconstitutional, and nobody has said they are acting unconstitutionally. The death penalty was outlawed in this country way back in 1995. Now, to find a cabinet minister advocating death penalty without the Constitution being amended is ridiculous. Where we come from in the MK party, we will continue to act within the law, and it is our right as politicians to act within the law so that the law can be changed, so that it will benefit the majority of the people in this country. Until such time that Africa and Africans are free, the struggle will continue. And insulting us and howling at us or pretending that we are talking nonsense is not going to help. As long as the question of land is not being addressed in this country, as long as the question of land is not being addressed seriously, as long as we are being ridiculed, we will continue to fight. That is why, for example, we are challenging these elections results because they were rigged. They were rigged. We know as a fact that we won, certainly convincingly, even in KZN. We know that as a fact. Our results, our votes were stolen and given to certain people who are now comfortably. We will continue with the fight until such time that we get our land back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that wonderfully warm welcome from the Hardy-Dar benches. Madam Speaker, Mr. President, for far too long, our country's enormous potential has been held up and held captive by political forces that seek to break down rather than to build up.
Honorable members. Order, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Ndlozi, what's the point of order? What is the point of order?
Sorry, Speaker, I was switching on the mic. No, I wanted Speaker respectfully to address this honourable member with his rightful title as a matriculant, seeing that there are confusions of titles today.
Honourable
This is a
Ndlozi.
judge.
Honourable
Now
Ndlozi.
you have a matriculant.
Honourable Ndlozi. Honourable members. Order. Honourable members, you have just been into an induction after your election. You were advised what are the points of orders, what are the rules, and it's very disappointing that some of you are doing exactly the opposite. Honourable Ndlozi, you know that was not a point of order, and it's actually spurious. Order. Honourable Steenhuisen, can you proceed?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that the grannies and the pensioners and the Stokvels who had their money stolen from them at VBS don't sleep any better knowing that the people who stole from them have doctorates and master's degrees. You see, time and time again, they've used populist politics and racial rhetoric to break down any attempt at building a consensus over the growth-enhancing reforms that our economy so desperately needs. They have done so deliberately because it is only by sowing division and preventing reform that they can keep institutions weak, keep the taps of corruption flowing, and stay out of jail for their many misdeeds. For far too long, we've allowed those who seek to break our country down for their own personal benefit and gain to hold back the builders who yearn for a South Africa with a growing economy that creates millions of new jobs. But the 2024 election, where the people of South Africa chose a new path by not giving any party a majority and forcing us to create a multi-party government, offers us the most important opportunity and the most powerful opportunity in recent history to overcome the suffocating grip that the breakers have held on our economy and society. The Government of National Unity is South Africa's chance to free itself from populism, division, and economic decline. This is our opportunity now to build South Africa into the prosperous country that we know it can be together. And that is exactly what the Democratic Alliance is going to do in government. We're in this government of national unity because we have said loud and clear that we want to build South Africa. We don't want to break South Africa. Last night, the President said, and I quote, "The Government of National Unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle that stands in the way of growth," unquote. In all of the portfolios where the DA is represented, both in the executive and in Parliament, we're already moving with speed to do exactly that. We have proudly answered the call, Mr. President, to serve South Africa first. And, Mr. President, the DA's weaver birds are already eagerly at work. In agriculture, we are building a South Africa by partnering with the private sector to enhance biosecurity, extension services, international trade, and to turn the agricultural sector into an engine room of economic growth and job creation. In public works and infrastructure, we're exposing corruption and building the foundations to turn South Africa into a giant construction site that grows our economy. At Home Affairs, we are tackling the visa backlog that you referred to, Mr. President, and reforming the system to bring in the valuable skills we desperately need to build our country. In forestry, fisheries, and environment, we are unlocking funding to get the Just Economic Energy Transition Partnership to build the industries of the future. In basic education, we are restoring the dignity of our children by reducing pit toilets and building the skills of tomorrow. And in communications and digital technologies, we're building a new digital ecosystem to drive the modernization and digital transformation of our society. But it doesn't end there. In finance, trade and industry, energy, higher education, small business development, and water and sanitation, DA deputy ministers are also helping to weave the reforms that we need to grow our economy. In Parliament, the DA Weaver birds are just as busy helping to build the home that we all want. Our portfolio committee chairs are going to drive reforms through the legislature to ensure that we remove all legislative obstacles that stand in the way of unleashing the growth that our country needs. Mr. President, the recent Cabinet Lekgotla that you convened has given us the key ingredients.
Honourable Sianezan, can you take your seat? Honourable Member, to your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I'm Visvant Reddy from Mkhonto Wesizwe Party. I rise in terms of Rule 81, and I seek your guidance, Madam Speaker, in terms of the Speaker's list. The Speaker that's on the podium currently, is he speaking on behalf of the DA or as the Minister of Agriculture? Thank you.
Honourable Member, that is not the point of order. The Speaker's list, the members of the executive also belong to their parties. So that's not a point of order. Honourable Member, you can proceed. Honourable Sianezan, you can proceed.
He may be ready, but I'm able. The Government of National Unity has identified the apex priorities to unleash rapid and inclusive economic growth, to create jobs as our apex priority. To achieve this, we have identified and committed to a responsible fiscal path that reduces the national debt in order to free up more money and resources for productive investments. The planned review of the sectoral master plans to identify obstacles to growth emphasize and focus on our need for exports, slashing red tape, crowding in private sector investment, and these are the key ingredients that we need. We welcome the interventions to expand the basket of VAT-free goods so we can put food on the tables of more South Africans at a cheaper price. Specialized policing units to fight violent crime and the construction mafias. These policy changes are some that the DA has long advocated for, and we believe they will make a meaningful impact on our people. Now, while the Government of National Unity has met the requirement for sufficient consensus outlined in the Statement of Intent, some key matters of economic policy and other issues around how we deal with problems going forward, it is important to acknowledge that there are still some areas of divergence that require attention. This is a natural feature of any multi-party government anywhere in the world. For example, the need for universal access to basic health care for every citizen, regardless of the economic status, is important. And there are some discussions going on about the best way to achieve that, to ensure that we can fast-track it. The same goes for the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. However, in all of these areas of divergence, which are natural when you bring 10 parties together, I am convinced that we can find a way forward. It will be requiring us to be honest and diligent about where these differences exist and to work in good faith with one another to find solutions in the best interests of all of the people of South Africa. Honourable Speaker, if this Government of National Unity succeeds in delivering on its apex priority of growing the economy and creating jobs, then the builders will defeat the breakers once and for all. And this is because if we rapidly expand growth and job creation, we will diffuse the populist tinderbox that the breakers continuously exploit for their own gain. Let me tell you right now that the single greatest fear of the breakers in this House is that the government of national unity succeeds in growing the economy and making South Africa a better place. The greatest fear of the breakers is not that South Africa fails. It'll suit them just fine. If the country goes up in smoke, it'll fuel the politics of division and hatred upon which they thrive. No, the breakers' greatest fear is that South Africa succeeds and our people prosper. Because if that happens, it will destroy the foundation upon which the breakers have built their ugly politics of resentment and populism. But the choice between building and breaking is not ours alone. The creation of the Government of National Unity means that every South African now stands before an important choice. Who wants to be a builder rather than a breaker? And we need those citizens who want to be builders to strengthen the Government of National Unity's hand. To be clear, the Government of National Unity will not be a kumbaya chorus. No multi-party government ever is. And if you've seen successful weavers' nests, you will know quite clearly that things do get noisy from time to time. But this GNU represents the broad interests. And the truth is that the builders in our society have to make this government work, because the parties who sit on the opposite side of the GNU want to break South Africa beyond all repair through their looting, their populism, their Gupta selling out, their VBS looting, and their violence. And so to every South African, I say now is a time for the choosing. Are you a builder or are you a breaker?
Order, honourable members, what is your point of order?
No, Chair. Let me just clarify it first on your table.
Is that a point of order?
No, it's not a point of order.
What is the point?
Let me.
Order.
I just want to check if Mr. Steenhuisen, does he really understand what he's saying?
Honourable member, that's not the point of order. Thank you very much. Honourable Steenhuisen, can you proceed? Honourable Steenhuisen, can you proceed with the speech?
When you drive north from here, you will find a magical part of South Africa known as the Kalahari. When you get there, you know that the most successful weaver nests are the ones where as many birds as possible work as hard as possible to build and protect their shared home. And whenever they see a boomslang coming in there to try and steal the eggs, they work together to sound the alarm and protect their home. And so it must be for South Africa. To the breakers, to them I simply say that even the wiliest boomslang doesn't stand a chance when 60 million weaver birds unite to build and defend the home that we love. And that is exactly what South Africa must do now. South Africa, are you a builder or are you a breaker?
Order.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Mantashe. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable Mantashe.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly, Mamtoko Titiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Umerifilwe Mtsweni Tsipane, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, His Excellency Paul Scopa Mashatile, honorable members of this House. We start this debate with a big temptation to engage one another on peripheral battles and imagined battles, rather than focusing on the task at hand. And we have chosen not to succumb to that temptation, Honorable President, and not to play to the gallery, but opted to engage on real important issues.
Honorable Mantashe, can you take your seat? What is the point of order, Honorable President?
Speaker, I wanted to check if it's parliamentary for Honorable Mantashe to put the wrong button in the wrong...
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Ndlozi, can you please
I'm protecting the dignity of GNU now.
Honorable Ndlozi. Honorable Ndlozi. Honorable members, can we take ourselves seriously and each other seriously too? This is an important debate, and I don't think it is an honor for each one of us to actually cast aspersion or to actually impugn on another person's character. Honorable Mantashe, you can please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Ndlozi, for helping me out. Thank you. So the real challenge facing us in this House is to put our heads together and find lasting solutions to massive problems facing our country. Shadow boxing is not a helpful approach to that. It's better to be in the ring and battle on real issues. It is in this context that I will focus on one apex priority that the Government of National Unity has announced by the President. I'm focusing on the inclusive economic growth and employment creation. That is quite important. It's a burning crisis for the country. The National Development Plan 2030 enjoins us to eliminate poverty, reduce inequality, and make it a priority for all of us to create employment opportunity for the people of South Africa. If we subscribe to the objectives of the NDP and agree that we have a collective responsibility to address high unemployment, we must therefore put our heads together and come up with formula that will work and ensure employment is created. To this end, I'm going to focus on the primary sectors of the economy. Primary sectors of the economy are important in the sense that it is strong primary sectors that will ensure that there is sustainable secondary and tertiary development in the economy. So those primary sectors are mining, agriculture, and petroleum. Those are primary sectors of the economy. And therefore, in our view, we need to deal with them, address them decisively to set a foundation for secondary and tertiary economic development in the country. And then we must also respond to the outcry of our people that our jobs are being taken by foreign nationals. It's a cry. It is not getting the right interpretation. The reality of the matter is, it is the bottom end of the labor market that needs our attention. For example, we support the visa regime as envisaged to attract skills and investment into the economy. We support that fully. But we say it should be complemented by us paying attention to the fact that at the lower end of the market, we're not paying attention. And that is where the employment crisis is. In other words, we make the point that it is not xenophobic to say, please protect sectors that do not want complicated skills. That will be your hospitality. It will be your hospitality, it will be your farm work, it will be your construction. And I'm sure people who took time to monitor the George crisis and disaster, you will know that it exposed our laxity in dealing with construction sector as a sector. And the attractiveness of employers is that those sectors, it's easy to invite anybody at substandard wage rates. And it is this government that has a responsibility to deal with that issue and monitor it. Now, every time I go to a restaurant, I won't mention the names because I normally say it's upmarket when it is not in the upmarket. That is the legacy of being a rural boy. But you go to a restaurant, I hardly get served by a South African. We can't accept that. You go to a farm, including shepherds and actually people who look after livestock in rural areas are attracted from the neighboring countries, and we say we have an unemployment crisis, we must deal with that issue. So, having said that, it is quite important, therefore, that we confront the question of cheap labor being an attractive alternative to employment creation. We must deal with that issue. Now, we must draw a lesson from the mining sector. It's a sector I worked in, which used to have 70% of its workforce from the neighboring countries. Today, that portion is less than 20%. And there is a process that took us to that stage, and that process can be used as a lesson to educate us in dealing with challenges facing our society. For us, in the mining sector, as we set sights on addressing obstacles granting mining permits and licenses, we must translate this emergence of new mines irrespective of size. If we accelerate dealing with the backlogs, new mines must be built and people must be employed. We firmly believe that the 400 million seed capital provided by the department working with IDC is a good start, because mining starts with exploration where you discover quantity and quality of a mineral. Then you can mine and then you can process, it goes on. And linked to this is the question of supporting the artisanal mines. We're going to go to the many financial institutions and companies to support that initiative where we train artisanal miners. Many people ask me, what is an artisanal miner? I say it's a miner who uses chisel and hammer to mine. That section of the workforce is going to deal with a problem which attracts illegal mining, sterilizing marginal deposits of the mine. And therefore, those must be used to expand the labor base of the mining industry. Honorable Speaker, our country is endowed with petroleum deposits that are not yet exploited. We appeal to all South Africans to appreciate that our quest for exploration of oil and gas deposits is not a nice to have. It is important to turn around the composition of our economy, and therefore that will translate into the growth of the economy. And it will require another additional intervention. Let's deal with foreign-funded NGOs that block exploration of gas and oil, because that is blocking economic development, and we must confront it and deal with it and allow that. That doesn't mean we are not serious about responsible mining and exploration. Do that, but don't block development, because employment is a function of economic growth and development. So we're making that submission. The justice system must also look into that reality of a view to find solution to these cases up in court, because they go to court. And I, which moved to Cote d'Ivoire, was taken to court 67 times. It packed their suitcases and went to Cote d'Ivoire and made huge discoveries of oil in Cote d'Ivoire. Let's deal with that. So the justice system must accelerate the process. We must therefore accept unreservedly the need to resume mining and petroleum exploration. That is conscious preserving the environment while accelerating development. Beneficiation is an issue that has been in our vocabulary for many years, and it is time for it to be implemented practically. Beneficiation, sometimes a nice word, but its meaning is value addition. We must not export raw commodities as they are. We must add value here and not export jobs. But there are interventions that must be done. There are interventions that must be done there. The first one is that for beneficiation to happen, we must have reliable, efficient, and affordable electricity supply. Because if you don't have that, beneficiation will collapse. Number two, we should actually have an incentive scheme for beneficiation. Beneficiation is an economic activity in the value chain of mining, and it should be treated as a business. Therefore, incentives are important for that section. That may include granting tax holidays to attract beginning of that sector. It can also mean taxing exports to discourage export of raw commodities. And therefore, we must engage the business to introduce a particular electricity dispensation. For example, there's nothing wrong in developing a commodity price-linked electricity tariffs. We did have it in this country. We can look into those alternatives. Now, as we address the question of unemployment and develop framework for inclusive economic growth, we should bear in mind that involving black South Africans in economic activity is not a favor. Okay? It's not a favor. It is a necessary intervention because for many years South Africans were not active in the economic activity. Therefore, the question of black economic empowerment and affirmative action is a necessary intervention in the economy. Now, access to land, I'm not talking the same way as Honorable Scopa, not the same. But the point I'm making is access to land is a capital asset for economic activity. Therefore, it is going to be important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much. We want to acknowledge the leadership of all political parties that form part of the progressive forces here in Parliament. This includes the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, the African Transformation Movement, the United African Transformation, and the National Colored Congress. We want to salute the people of South Africa who have rejected the former liberation movement that has enjoyed political power for the last 30 years. Today, that era has come to an end. It is beyond doubt that the former liberation movement failed to turn the political power into economic power. As our forefathers in the liberation struggle in the African continent said, political power without economic power is meaningless. Mr. President, you indeed spoke like a badly wounded buffalo yesterday. You spoke like a given-up soul. Nothing inspirational came from that tired speech yesterday. You didn't speak like a person who declined electoral support with 17% to less than 50%. How on earth do you repeat a SONA speech that made you lose elections? You were saying to South Africans yesterday, in so many ways, that you learned nothing out of these historic elections to an extent that you want to continue business as usual. We grew up being told that some of you were collaborators, but we gave you some benefits of the doubt. It was said in this House that you personally wrote a letter to the apartheid police accusing your fellow comrades of planting communist ideas in your head, and we refused to believe that story at that time. It now makes sense that despite the apartheid regime being so oppressive against all freedom fighters, you peacefully and uninterruptedly attended university, and you were given your first job by the ambassadors of apartheid, capitalism, and colonialism. Without a hassle, you bought yourself a first car and a house with the assistance of the Urban Foundation, which was anchored by the Ruperts and the Oppenheimers, while your comrades were sleeping under trees in exile and languishing in jails. We asked ourselves as to how did you form a union of mine workers without being a mine worker? Can't you know? You were the conveyor belt between the workers and the super exploitative mining capitalists in South Africa after the Oppenheimers and Anglo-American had concluded that the mine workers must be organized. Our elders in the struggle have made allegations before in this House that throughout the struggle against apartheid, you were insulated from any form of arrest and harassment by the apartheid system. Towards the end of apartheid, you shockingly placed yourself at the center of the negotiation for the end of apartheid. No one knows how you arrived to be at the center of the negotiations of our liberation. It now explains as to why so many compromises and capitulations were made, leading to a situation where economic power remained in the hands of the white minority.
Malema, can you take a seat? There's an order by the Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, you instructed that the honorable member, Honorable Malema, must sit down. Before I raise my point of order, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Malema is casting aspersion on the President, on the persona of the President. Can he please bring in a substantive motion to support his statements that he's making in the House? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. The order is sustained. Rules does make provision that if the member imputes improper motive against another member, you may do that by way of a motion, and therefore that has to be substantiated. And therefore, Honorable Malema, can you then proceed with your speech? I see there's another point of order that's been raised on DA.
Withdraw what?
Thank you, Madam House Chair. Madam House Chair, I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 92.10, which indicates that when a point of order is raised during the debate, the member called to order must resume his or her seat, and after the point of order has been stated, the presiding officer by the member raising it, the member raising the point of order must likewise immediately resume his or her seat when she has concluded his or her submission. Madam House Chairperson, can I just get clarity on the fact when the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC raised the point of order, the member at the podium remained standing, and I would just like your ruling on that. Thank you.
Honorable Malema, we have requested that you take your seat, but despite that, you did. Thank you very much. As I have ruled on the previous order, as I've ruled on the previous order that was raised by the Chief Whip, Honorable Malema, can you take your podium and apologize on what you've just said? The order of the
I must apologize for not sitting down.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Malema? The order was raised with regards to casting aspersions on the President. Can I be allowed time, honorable members? I will then allow you space. Order, honorable members. The order was raised with regards to the honorable member casting aspersions on the President and accordingly. Honorable members, can you please take your seat? I have not recognized you, Honorable Shibambo. Can you please take your seat? I have not concluded. Honorable member, can you allow me please to conclude? Honorable Malema, you can take the podium, but please, can you please withdraw or rather not repeat what you have said earlier on as you proceed with your speech? Honorable members, please, can you? Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable Malema, can you sit down? Honorable Shibambo.
On a point of order, House Chair, we are going to forgive you because you are new, you don't know the rules of this Parliament. When a point of order is raised, you must specify the rule and the specific sentence or a phrase that you say this is a violation of the rules of the National Assembly. What the Commander-in-Chief is doing is to give a political characterization of a phenomenon. That is a point of debate. It's not casting aspersions. How else do we deal with political questions without giving context to what got transpired to where we are now? Where else do we say that except here in this Parliament? You can't suppress political debate because of your misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the rules. Please allow the speech to finish. And then when we later on go to Rules Committee, we're going to illustrate to you with proper evidence when we're inducting you that the rules do not say what you are saying that you must withdraw. Please be patient with this process. We are going to understand them when time progresses. Currently, your application is incorrect.
Thank you, Honorable Shibambo. Honorable members, Rule 53 makes provision that if a member makes personal reflection on the member's integrity that are equally offensive or damaging, which cannot be necessarily substantiated. Therefore, that should be done by a way of a motion so that a member can substantiate what he's been saying. At this point in time, Honorable Malema has cast aspersion against the President, which needs to be substantiated accordingly, and therefore the order remains sustainable. Honorable Malema, as you proceed with your debate, can you kindly refrain from making such aspersion? Thank you very much. You may proceed.
I must proceed. Thank you very much. It now explains as to why so many compromises and capitulations were made, leading to a situation where economic power remained in the hands of the white minority, leaving black people with meaningless political power. We can today confirm that it was pure infiltration by forces of darkness. When it was clear President Mandela is not going to make you the first deputy president of the democratically elected South African government in 1994, you threw tantrums and even boycotted his inauguration. The same President Mandela you asked us to celebrate yesterday You missed the historic moment to do so in 1994 because of personal aggrandizement. Like many people in South Africa, I stood here in this house and said we will give you the benefit of the doubt, believing that the allegations against you of being a collaborator might not be true. I will tell why I'm giving you this personal account. It is necessitated by your activities, actions, and decisions over the past weeks since the electoral defeat of the former liberation movement, which demonstrated clearly that in the battle against neo-apartheid and neo-colonialism, you chose the side of the oppressor like you did in the past, yet pretending to be with us, the oppressed people. Why will the apartheid beneficiaries say that among all black political leaders, you are the only one they can work with, to an extent that you are called a better black with a better accent, and you believe them over us? They call us criminals who must be arrested, whether we have committed any crime or not, because we disagree with them politically, and you believe them over us. Your own brothers and sisters who come from Shawela and Venda with you are today looked down because of you. You have committed to be a representative of the oppressor. The white capitalist establishment is willing to turn a blind eye to even serious allegations of wrongdoing against you, because through you, they believe that they will perpetuate the exploitation of the oppressed class and reverse the gains of the political freedom attained in 1994. It doesn't matter what you say, but we want to state categorically that the coalition between the Democratic Alliance and the former liberation movement is a sellout position typical of collaborators who sacrifice and compromise the struggle against apartheid and colonialism. White minority arrogance has increased under your term of office. You should have seen them yesterday when you were speaking. It was like you are a true Tabaneka Koko Helen Zille. You boldly take these counter-revolutionary and reactionary decisions because you know you have a full protection of white capitalist establishment. All the things you said yesterday are meaningless because they are exactly what you said in the 6 State of the Nation addresses you have given since you became president in 2018. None of the commitments you made during this State of the Nation addresses have been met. You state here that the vision you are operating under is still the National Development Plan Vision 2030, whose targets have never been met and will never be met. The NDP had targeted to create a certain number of jobs, but joblessness has increased. The NDP target was to reduce unemployment by 14% in 2020, but today unemployment is 32.9% and more than 12 million people are jobless. Even if you meet the target tomorrow of achieving 14% unemployment, the fact of the matter is you miss the target here. The NDP target was to reduce poverty from 39% by 2030, but poverty today is more than 50%. More people live on poverty under your presidency than any other period in the past 30 years. The NDP target was 10% of the GDP for infrastructure investment, but between 2010 and 2022, public sector infrastructure investment was not more than 5.8%. The NDP target was to grow the economy by an average of 5.4% for it to be practical to achieve any of the NDP goals. But in the past 10 years, the economy has not grown by more than 2%. Mr. President, yesterday you shocked all of us and will never recover from that shock. You said nothing about international relations while we are living in a world defined by shifting global balance of forces. The West, under the guidance and protection of the United States of America, is agitating for a world war, which will be defined by recolonization of the African continent and the global South. And you never said anything about that. There is an ongoing aggressive war by apartheid Israel over Palestine, and you never said anything about that because your coalition partners are all fanatics of a Zionist apartheid Israel. Shame on you that you said nothing about the genocide committed right in front of us because Ulabaposo. You chose glory over the dying children and women of Palestine because you are scared to offend your coalition partners. President Mandela, a close friend of President Arafat, who you said we must celebrate yesterday, should be turning in his grave. The trade embargo against Cuba is still intact, and despite the fact that Cuba played a role in the struggle against apartheid, you never said anything about that. There is instability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South African soldiers are dying in that war, and you never said anything about that. There is a real threat of instability in the entire SADC region, and you never said anything about that. There is loss of life in South Sudan, but you had nothing to say about that. The BRICS Forum has been joined by additional countries such as Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, Egypt, Argentina, Iran, and United Arab Emirates. And you never said anything about how South Africa should maximize these strategic relations to grow the economy. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is agitating for a world war through its admission of Ukraine into NATO alliance, and you never said anything about that. This is happening while South Africa has discovered strategic oil and gas natural resources, which in itself, Minister Mantashe, is a cause for global security, but your president said nothing about that. Even if the global balance of forces does not matter to you, there is nothing tangible you said about the high levels of crime happening in South Africa. In the past year, South Africa had more than 27,000 murder cases, and you never said anything about that. Are we being handed over to the imperialist takeover as South Africa? Mr. President, there are more than 300,000 students who have passed and attained their certificates, diplomas, and degrees, but all universities and universities of technology, huge amounts of money. We must cancel student debt and introduce free decolonized education now. You claim to have created 2 million jobs through your presidential employment stimulus, but there are no additional 2 million jobs that were created since you took office in 2018. And if you want to argue this point, go and argue with Stats SA. Another issue we need to highlight is that Kusile Power Station added an additional 800 megawatts into national grid 2 weeks ago. You never mentioned anything about that. Instead, you chose to mention 256 megawatts of unreliable energy by independent power producers, which was plugged into the grid in the Northwest Province. This is an evidence that in addition of selling fictional buffaloes at Palapala, you are also a salesperson for independent power producers. These independent power producers were at the center of why South Africa experienced perennial load shedding for years until 2 months before the elections. The land which our people desperately needed for human settlement, agriculture, public service, and business was left in the hands of the oppressors. Our people were told about willing buyer, willing seller, in a situation where violence and genocide were used to learn the dispossession of the Khoi, the San, and all indigenous people of our country. We'll amend Section 25 of the Constitution in our lifetime to allow expropriation of land without compensation. South Africa, our country is being traded. We, the progressive forces, need to constitute an alternative radical agenda. Let us do everything in our power to rescue our country from being traded on a silver platter. We call on all workers' movement, civil society, religious leaders, and traditional leaders to reject this grand coalition led by DA under the pretense of the so-called government of national unity. We, as the EFF, will not form part of a factional and a decoy of the so-called national dialogue, which happens after the government has already committed budgets and programs to this agenda. We are not in the business of talk shows. We are in an agenda to realize through economic emancipation of our people, and no matter what it takes, we will never associate with the collaborators and the sell-out agenda of the establishment. nonyana phaku-phaku e bjaleile tee a re thuše ke maru a o tla bosele motho wa o ba le matriki wo a sankang a ba subjected to a peer review comes here and calls us VBS looters. I understand the mind of a rat will not comprehend that is actually sitting with VBS looters themselves in the government of national unity. The same matriculant is a beneficiary of the loot of 20 billion of Steinhoff that was invested by public investment, by PIC. No amount of nonsensical threats of arrest can silence us. Not even death can silence us, because Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela's voice has multiplied. Ours is a generational mission. We shall overcome. Victory is certain. We want to tell you now, your days are numbered. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. I now call upon the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency the President, honorable members of the 7th Parliament, the past few weeks have been a whirlwind of activity. Parliament has changed, portfolios have changed, cabinet have changed, and the government have changed. The people of South Africa who went to the polls on 29 May placed the future of our country for the next 5 years in the hands of a coalition government. Up front, I must declare that the IFP is committed in making the government of national unity stable and successful, for it is the result of the will of the people of South Africa. The GNU is not about politics, but is about the will of the people and the future of our country. We campaigned and expressed our views to the electorate, but the electorate in response said, work together. Your Excellency, the IFP has been frank and honest about the state of our country and the needs of our people. For 29 years, the IFP, led by Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, remained in this House as a voice of reason, urging those in power to do the right thing. The late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, whether he spoke as a leader of a constructive opposition or as a minister of cabinet, or as an acting president of the Republic, he taught us in the IFP of the duty we have to speak loudly on behalf of the people. We will continue to play that role constructively in the GNU for the good of our country. The GNU is a bold and necessary step in the right direction. We have repositioned South Africa to embark on a journey of rebuilding herself and the future of our generation and the generations to come. The real work of changing the lived reality of every South African must proceed with utmost haste. The change that voters demanded needs to be practically seen, felt, and experienced in the next few months. The IFP welcomes the plan laid out yesterday evening by the President in pressing the reset button and opening a new chapter for our country under a collective wisdom, skills, and capabilities of leaders who chose to work together for the sake of the people of South Africa. The IFP welcomes the position taken by the President about a review of the municipal funding model to ensure that municipalities can become fully functional. This will mark a turning point in our history's 30-year history. As we build on the foundations laid, let us build with new energy. The IFP believes that the local government is a critical sphere of government to impact the lasting development and change in the lives of the people of South Africa. It is for this reason that Cocta's budget speech this week was themed, open quote, every municipality must work, close quote. As the Minister of Cocta, I am determined to see all municipalities receive the administrative, technical, and financial support needed to become viable, able to deliver, and able to maintain the infrastructure, because that is what is mandated to do. I also thank the President for his commitment to appoint the political champions of the district development model to fast-track the one-plan solution. With the DDM institutionalized, champions working tirelessly, and Cocta playing its role, we will ensure that every municipality works. Because traditional and cohesion leaders are key role players in a stable democracy, the IFP will champion the interest and deepen the working in partnership with the traditional and cohesion leaders. Honorable members, climate change has placed us in a challenging times. Disasters are happening in rapid succession, necessitating a new approach to disaster management that is proactive, less bureaucratic, and timeous. The IFP is committed to the continued development of a new approach in dealing with disaster management. This week, I undertook assessment visits to areas in the Cape Metro and KwaZulu-Natal where communities have been devastated by floods and fires. Our deepest condolences remain with all who have lost loved ones in these disasters. As the Line Foundation Minister for Disaster Management, I gained clear insight from these victims into the needed interventions, enabling us to engage with communities, with multiple departments, putting together solutions. The government of national unity
Minister, can you please wrap?
must be revealed as a responsive, empowering force for good. It must work, as the IFP has always done, hand in hand with the people. The IFP is committed to a national dialogue to address social cohesion, landlessness, and the growing gap between the rich and the poor. We are committed in creating a stable GNU that is responsive and delivers. This is the commitment of the IFP to the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. And now upon Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the House, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President of the country, Deputy President Mashatile, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. In 2010, a group of young people who were leading the ANC Youth League at that particular time went to Zimbabwe to go and do a study, and they had an opportunity to meet with the late President Mugabe. And one of the things that he left, and I was part of that delegation, and some people, of course, that are no longer in the ANC, we were told something that I felt that has actually guided some of us in agreeing and celebrating the government of national unity. The late President Mugabe said to us, when he went to visit President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, he said, "You must never sacrifice principle at the altar of political expedience."
Honorable
It is
Minister,
for this reason.
There's a point of order. Can you kindly take your seat? Honorable Ndlozi. Can you take your seat, Minister?
Do I take a seat? Okay.
Minister, who led the delegation to Zimbabwe?
Honorable Ndlozi,
Can you give us
please
on the
take a
record,
seat?
please
That's
take
not
South
important.
Africans into confidence as to who led the delegation to Zimbabwe
Honorable
of
Ndlozi,
the
can
ANC
you
Youth
please take
League?
your seat? Allow the minister to continue with her speech.
I will not answer that. And he did say that in order to guide us politically, so that in our plight to grow in politics, we must always remember what constitutes a principle. In this regard, Excellency, Mr. President Ramaphosa, I would like to congratulate the members of the GNU because they did put their political differences aside, came together to build a government that would then now take South Africa forward. They forgot whatever it is that they believed against each other and said that, what do we need to do to serve South Africa? What do we need to do to ensure that South Africa move forward and we do respect the electorate that put us where we are? So congratulations, Mr. President. Congratulations to the members of the GNU, because in most cases, GNUs are constituted over a long period. With ourselves, it was constituted within a month. So for that, I would like to say you did very well. You stick to principle, and that's what needs to guide us and make us move forward. Honorable members, in April 2024, 30 years of democracy was actually celebrated. We did that by commemorating this milestone when the President launched a 30-year review report on the 8th of May 2024, and that report represents the government's assessment of progress made from 1994 to date. The review was based on a set of 13 thematic goals that were identified by the National Development Plan, and these priorities were actually also done in the sixth administration. On the 30-year review and social transformation, the orientation of the public service has shifted from serving the minority to serving all sections of the population. Consequently, in 2022, the number of households by access or had access to electricity, piped water, sanitation, and that has increased in 80%. This has removed millions of households from deprivation, thereby improving indicators of multidimensional poverty index and the Human Development Index. South Africa's social wage is one of the most comprehensive in the world and has proven to be an effective anti-poverty tool. The social wage covers all healthcare services, free water and electricity for the indigent, free schools, public housing, school nutrition, and early childhood development. And this has expanded financial support for students at universities and TVET colleges through the NSFAS. Priority 2 that the President has spoken about in the MTDP has actually spoken to this, and we will be building on top of what we have already done before in the 30 years to ensure that our people are served. Our country is moving towards a universal access to education at all levels, and it has improved overall educational outcomes and skills development opportunities, resulting in an improved population-level educational outcomes, such as the literacy and levels of educational qualification per age cohort. These are important pillars for a modern knowledge-based society. Equally, we have improved access to healthcare and are now working towards an ambition of universal access to health. Among others, the expansion of clinics, hospitals, and the healthcare infrastructure, increased primary healthcare, has already serviced more people, and it has also included the fact that we are almost accessing what we have set for ourselves. We have also seen that there are a lot of healthcare diseases that has reduced, such as the AIDS-related deaths. The National Development Plan remains our lodestar and the long-term plan as adopted by Parliament in 2012. Its goals are the eradication of poverty, reduce inequality, and reduce unemployment. The 10-year review of the NDP highlighted that insufficient progress has been made, but also proposed corrective actions for the remaining 6 years of this implementation. It is for this reason that in this MTDP of 2024 to 2029, which is the 7th administration, we will concentrate on making sure that we move the needle as it relates to the priorities of the NDP. To support the implementation of this NDP, the Medium-Term Development Plan of 2024-29, which is the 5-year plan that I've just spoken about, has been developed, and this was based, of course, on the fact that we needed to align to the NDP, but it has also been informed by the fact that we had, as the GNU, a statement of intent that we came together to agree upon for the sake of South Africa. Emerging areas of priority which have been outlined in the address by the President last night has centered around inclusive economic growth and job creation. And Honorable Malema, the President did speak about international relations. He has alluded to the AFCTA and many other things. I wish you could have listened, because you would have heard exactly how we are going to move forward as it relates to making sure that we do intensify economic development as it relates to economic diplomacy. He did speak about that. This is a full appreciation, of course, of what I've already said, but this is also a major task that we have to get to the economy to perform at all its potential and create employment and economic opportunities for the people of South Africa and Africa and the world. In order to improve coordination and agenda setting during this term, the presidency will be strengthened to improve coordination of policy, integrated planning, and oversight in support of development outcomes. The MTDP of 2024 to 2029 will be supported by an evidence-based, not just things that we think about or gossip, but evidence-based outcomes and framework that will enable the integrated monitoring of progress against the set indicators and targets. Government clusters will support the MTDP with their own implementation plans, which will also allow us to respond to emerging issues. Priorities will also be cascaded into institutional plans, strategic plans, and annual performance plans of departments and entities. And it will also be able to assist us to draw up and establish performance management systems of government that will allow us to be able to monitor them. There is a greater focus on accelerating implementation, supported by the applications of relevant monitoring and evaluation tools. As it relates to DDM, the DDM is designed, of course, as we all know, to address problems with service delivery by allowing all spheres of government to work together in a more effective and coordinated way. This is intended to assist municipalities, just like the Minister of Cocktail said here, to better plan budget and also implement programs and to ensure that work of municipalities is managed. We are planning to make sure that we do strengthen DDM so that we can better monitor and evaluate the performance of government in all spheres of government. Given the governance and performance of SAEs, as the President has said yesterday, the President in 2020 established a presidential SOE Council to reform, reposition, and revitalize state-owned enterprises. And it did that to be able to ensure that we do have state-owned enterprises that are effective and are also used as an instrument of economic transformation and development. The PSC, or the PSEC, noted the critical development role of SOEs and recognized serious deficiencies in the South African model and functioning of SOEs. As a result, it has then now been able to come up with recommendations that said that we needed to strengthen our SOEs, and as a result, it has recommended that we needed to ensure that we create, as the President has said yesterday, a centralized model that will allow us to strengthen our SOEs and ensure that whatever it is that they do not...
Minister, can you kindly wrap up?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just close by saying that there is a lot that this government has done. So as a result, we've got a lot that we are going to build on. It doesn't help that we keep on talking about new things, but it helps that we build on what we have already established. As a result, what we will be doing will be to strengthen, but also to improve and ensure that whatever it is that we are doing grows better and also grows to other people, so that if we have been able to do something for 10% in this 7th administration, we'll definitely make sure that we do it for 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now call upon the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Honourable Chair, Madam Speaker, Honourable Cyril Ramaphosa, Honourable Deputy President Paul Mashatile. President, let me thank you for making sure that what our people were fighting for during the election, that it found expression in the plans of the GNU. There is now, we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We're speaking about the issue of minerals being exported, and most importantly, gang violence. You have listened to us, President, and I would have been a sellout if I was sitting outside. My people walked in the rain, they did door to door for their issues to be represented.
Take your seat. There's a point of order, Honourable Joseph.
I'd like to call a point of order, House Chair, because a government minister cannot deliberately mislead the House. There is no sovereign wealth fund in this country. You must withdraw. There's no such a thing. At this stage where you are, it's not those talks by the streets you are having. You must speak facts on behalf of a government. There's no sovereign wealth fund in this country. You must withdraw. Take us serious here.
Honourable Minister, can you please proceed?
Your peers, you always talk about education, Honourable Ndlozi. Your peers are delivering papers while you are ice boy here being sent around. Must not come to me. Don't tell me about education. I want to thank you, President. President, one man was calling me, one gentleman at the airport was calling me a racist. And I asked him, why are you saying I'm a racist? And he said, whenever you speak only about colored people, it's colored people. And I engaged him. And President, let me tell you, the issues of colored people has not been addressed yet. And I want you to be the first president, Honorable, to address the national question. All presidents were scared to address the national question. If you can address the national question, you shall be the first. I want to tell the GNU what we have achieved is remarkable. It is the best thing that could have happened to this country. South Africa is going to go forward together. The ones that want to remain, let them remain. The GNU, we are going forward. And I will tell you a secret. The only reason why they call us sellouts, because they are not on the GNU train. They bought the wrong ticket. President, I want to tell you, I salute you, because what you have done, you have put South Africa first. We've had many differences between us. You put that aside and you say, my differences with Mackenzie cannot stop me from taking a decision for the benefit of this country. And I want to salute you. I want to say to the Honorable Judge Scopa, I want to say to Honorable Judge Scopa, I'm sitting there and I'm shocked because you, Honorable Judge, have sent many of my old friends to jail with Roman Dutch law, which you enjoyed. While you were getting you talk about the blue lights, while you were getting the perks of the judge, being a judge, you never saw something wrong with blue light, you never saw something wrong with Roman Dutch law. Today, when you're no longer there, now you are seeing something wrong with Roman Dutch law. It cannot be. I'm going to pay for an appeal for everybody that has been sentenced by you, because you sentenced them with the wrong law according to you. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Order, honorable members, order. I now call upon the Minister of Correctional Services. Order, honorable members, order. Can you please take your seats, honorable members? Honorable, there's no speaker on the floor. What are you rising on?
Chairperson, there needs not be a speaker on the floor for me to raise an order. I hope we can agree on that. So I'd like...
You can proceed, honorable.
Thank you very much. The judge has written a thesis when he was on the bench, attacking Roman Dutch law.
Honorable Josie.
Your illiteracy is not going to help us.
Can you please sit down?
This judge has written papers against Roman Dutch law when he was on the bench.
Can you take the...
You come here and you lie. You lie. This judge spoke about decolonization of the law from the bench. Don't lie here, man. Must read extensive, well-researched papers that are peer-reviewed. Yes, yes. And he didn't say anything about sports, about arts. He gets there.
Honorable.
What's going to happen about the arts?
Honorable members, can I bring it to the attention of the House? Members, please don't abuse your privilege or your right to raise a point of order. What we've just seen from Honorable Josie is unbecoming, and therefore it will not be sustained in the House. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Geachte Voorzitter, through you, Honorable President, the slogan of the Freedom Front Plus in this last election was restore and build. Now, the question is, what must we restore and what must we build? Honorable Chair, to understand that, we must identify the problem. And we must be honest towards each other. We are living in a broken country. We have an economic growth of less than 1%. But Africa, the average economic growth is 3.7%.
Honourable
means
Minister, can
there's
you please
a
take
problem.
your seat? There's a hand at the back, Honourable Van Rooyen. Honourable members, can you please take your seat? Honourable members, can you please take your seat? For the last time, honourable members, I'm requesting you to take the seat. This can't go on like this, honourable members. Can we allow Honourable Van Rooyen to speak?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to check if Honourable Groenewald is he ready to take a question.
Honourable Groenewald, are you prepared to take a question? Honourable Groenewald, are you prepared to take a question? Can you respond? Honourable Groenewald.
Agbare voorsitter, ek reageer nie op onsinnighede nie.
I didn't hear the answer. I'm not wearing my interpreter.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Rooyen. You can take your seat. Honourable Groenewald, can you continue?
Oh, I just wanted to check with him if he's ready to tell the nation who killed Chris Hani. Who killed Chris Hani?
Honourable Van Rooyen, you are abusing your right to speak on the floor. Honourable Groenewald, please take your, the podium.
Another aspect we must also realize, Honourable President, is the criminality in South Africa and the crime is
Honourable
of such
Groenewald,
nature.
can you take your seat? There's a hand at the back there. Honourable member.
Francis Mshikilona from Mkandule. I want Amalala, Solos. Welcome in this parliament.
Honourable member, what you are doing is not allowed in the House. Honourable Groenewald, can you please proceed?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Our people do not feel safe in South Africa. And to address that, we will have to look at the criminal justice system as a whole, because that plays an important role if we want to build the economy.
Honourable Groenewald, can you please take your seat? There's a hand over there right at the back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and my apologies, Honourable Groenewald. I'm not raising an order on you. I rise on Rule 40C of the joint rules of people who deliberately undermine the authority of the chairperson, and actions should be taken around that. Because what we see here is members acting disorderly, deliberately in the House. And I want to ask you, Chair, that you put an end to that. We are not in a circus here. Honorable Ndosi just rises up and give a lecture as if he's a pastor here in the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, we are all expected to respect the decorum of the House. And therefore, as such, all of us, we do have the responsibility to conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting. What we've been doing, it's unheard of, and please don't push us to take decisions that we are not interested in. And therefore, can we please allow Honorable Groenewald to continue with his debate?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The crime must be addressed, the criminal justice system. We know unemployment in South Africa, we talk about 42%. When we refer to the young people of South Africa, we talk about 60% of unemployment. And the question that must be asked is that what the Honourable President said yesterday, he said it is the priorities we will have to attend to. And everyone must ask him or herself, do they agree that the policies and the matters that the President has put on the table, whether they also see those as priorities? Because if we deal with the priorities, then we can have success. What is also of utmost importance is our local government. Because if you establish a factory or a business, it is part of a specific municipality. We must look at the infrastructure. And the Freedom Front Plus also supports very strongly the fact that the appointments must be merit-based appointments. We must ensure that we get the best people to do the job. We must be honest towards each other. At the moment, we have officials, whether they are cadre, deployment, but they are not qualified to do their job. And then we have people who are qualified, but they don't do their job. And we must ensure that that must be corrected. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het vir die kiesers van Suid-Afrika aan sy veldtog gesê, kom ons herstel en bou. Ons is almal deel van Suid-Afrika. As die skip sink, sink ons almal saam. Maak nie saak aan watter politieke party jy behoort nie. En omdat die Vryheidsfront Plus gesê het, ons moet herstel en bou, is daar besluit om te sê, hier is 'n geleentheid om te sê, kom ons herstel en ons bou. But we must also be honest. We can't only have policies on paper. We, as government, and note I say we have the responsibility to ensure that it is implemented.
Honourable Minister, can you please round up?
We have the responsibility to be sure that we implement those policies. As the Honourable President once said, the seat you have in Parliament does not belong to you, but to the people. We must be accountable to the people, and the Freedom Front Plus will ensure that we restore and build.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Premier of Limpopo.
Honourable Madam Speaker, the Chair of National Council of Provinces, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President.
Honourable Premier, can you please take your seat? There's a point of order.
Honourable Chair, we have a former statesman in the House. He has not been recognized Please recognize President Jacob Zuma for being in the House.
Honorable Minister, can you please take the podium?
Honorable Deputy President Tatana Mashatile, members of the two houses, ladies and gentlemen, I rise on behalf of the descendants of the warriors of Sekhukhune, the descendants of the warriors of Makhado, of Gungunyane, of Mukopane, and many other great warriors whose land we continue to make the lives of their residents better. I rise on behalf of the sons and daughters of the rain-making queen and on the rain-making powers of Queen Mujaji to welcome and support the opening address by our President, Muatamela Zvibuya Ramaphosa. Vane vachi uposa miseve, yavo ya sala yo ima, ngeno ya veiwe vangwe ichiwela fasi, which has chartered a path that we shall follow as we grow this country together. I stand here, Madam Speaker, today on the shoulders of Me Charlotte Maxeke, on Me Stella Mabitse Sekwale, on Mam Lydia Ngwenya Komape, on Khoshikgadi Madinoga, and the pioneering spirit of Manchi Masimul. I'm here under the tutelage of the great Peter Nchabeleng, of Me Joyce Mashamba, of Vuledzani Bulala, of Norman Mashabane, and Chipua Muope. It is the youthful of revolutionary poise of Peter Mukaba, of Collins Chabani, of Tracy Malachi, of Franz Mutlala that set me at peace here today. Pare Mutupi, Elias Mal, Ramaliva, Lawrence Pukanuka, Mark Shope, and many other sons and daughters of Limpopo have fought to see where Limpopo is today. They have paved the way for our democratic government and service provision in Limpopo. Reflecting on the achievement of the Limpopo government since 1994, Honorable Speaker, it is evident that we have made significant progress in consolidating democratic governance and providing basic services to our residents. The people of Limpopo that we rise on their behalf have consistently shown their support for their democratic system, as evident by the recent election of the ANC as the ruling party, rejecting all those Honorable Hlope who disparately tried very hard along tribal lines, using our traditional leaders to try to divide our people. Hence, you saw the 74%. Our province has seen remarkable improvements in the provision of essential services, such as, if we go back to 1996, electricity supply was at 36%. Today, we are at 97%, Honorable Minister Ramkhu. Access to piped water was at 33.5% in 1996. In 2010, we improved to 84%. And we know what happened, which resulted in dropping it to now at 69.1%. And we welcome, Mr. President, your pronouncement on making sure that the people of Limpopo, rural as they are, they deserve water because they also form part of the struggle of the liberation. Our rural communities must be provided with clean drinking water. Sanitation was at some stage in 1996 at 27%. Today, we are at 63.1%. Our roads from 2,500 kilometers in 1994 that were tarred to today at 7,000 kilometers that have been either tarred or paved. Despite many challenges, these and many other developments have made Limpopo a great province that it is today. We have greatly enhanced the quality of life for our residents. Limpopo's economy has undergone significant transformation since 1994. Despite facing long challenges such as slow economic growth, unemployment, and inequality, the province boasts a wealth of mineral resources, fertile agricultural land, and tourist attraction that have contributed to its economic development. Mr. President, we are a rural province, and I must emphasize, and building an inclusive economy which also drives rural economic transformation is what we need currently the most. Our province has consistently demonstrated the ability to feed itself. Our people have already demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that even without large tracts of farmland, they are farmers in their own right who can produce for their own livelihood. Recent statistics show that Limpopo is leading in food security. Its people can cultivate food for their own survival. This fits well with your directive of prioritizing rural development, and together we must focus on supporting them to now use agriculture for commercial purposes. They have proven to you that they can farm, so what more do you want from them except supporting them? We have started engagement with businesses focusing on enhancing manufacturing capability, agro-processing, and agricultural produce, and establishing mineral beneficiation capacity in Limpopo, with the aim of reducing the transportation of raw materials that could easily be processed in our province and thus create jobs. Gone will be the days very soon of exporting all tomatoes raw as they are without having to manufacture tomato sauce. Gone will be the days where we continuously export timber but have to import a toothpick. So as a province, we need to start there. It might appear small, but it will go a long way in creating jobs for our people. The mining sector, which accounts to 26% of the province's GDP in 2023, has been a key driver of economic growth, creating employment opportunities and fostering sustainable development. Similarly, manufacturing, construction, agriculture, tourism, and the gaming sector have contributed significantly to the province's economy, highlighting the diverse economic landscape of Limpopo. Looking ahead to the 7th administration, our strategic focus will be on water and road infrastructure development, youth empowerment through skills development and job creation, and economic transformation through mining beneficiation, agro-processing, and renewable energy initiatives. We are committed to accelerating industrialization in Limpopo by finalizing the establishment and operationalization of the specific economic zones, our Musina, Makado, and the Fitakho-Mutuvats. This will drive economic growth, attract investment, and create sustainable enterprises. We are actively engaging with the national government to expedite the approval of Fitakho-Mutuvats SCZ proposal and upgrade the Gateway International Airport to serve as a vital cargo hub in the SADC region. Our other catalytic projects, Madam Speaker, including the revitalization of industrial parks such as Sishiru, Leboagomo, Shayandima, and Nkonko, and the Polokwane Logistics Hub. Aim is to enhance economic opportunities and promote the development of local industries. Limpopo has been consistently ranked amongst the top 3 destinations for both domestic and international tourists. I still insist, Honorable President, that up to this day, when God created a man, I don't want to even imagine where he was and what inspired him to create this gender. But I can, without fear of contradiction, that when God created a woman, he was situated in Waterberg, inspired by the beauty of its biosphere. We would want to capitalize on this market, especially the legion of international travelers who must come to explore more routes that we shall have developed, including the routes that celebrate Limpopo's contribution to the liberation wars against colonialism and freedom with direct links to the rest of SADC. It is an open secret that even the Umkhonto weSizwe, the real Umkhonto weSizwe, when it was formed, they were inspired by King Sekhukhune when he led the Sibatakgomo. By harnessing the potential of tourism and niche markets, we seek to further boost economic growth and create employment opportunities in Limpopo. When honorable members in your different provinces, you speak about the big five, we in Limpopo, the descendant of Makado in Vembe district, speaks about the big six. And you will be asking me, what is that? I'm inviting you to visit this district where you will see the biggest baobab tree in the whole world. Youth development is a key priority for us, and we are committed to reskilling young people to meet the demands of an industrialized economy. In addition to our industrialization strategy, we have prioritized skills development as a key pillar to advance sustainable growth youth development program. We believe that
Can you please wind up? No, you still have time.
Oh,
Just wind up.
Our partnership with Tshwane University of Technology and the Department of Higher Education and Training will, in not so distant future, see a new university campus in Guyana established. The province is committed to see successful completion of this university. As I'm concluding, road infrastructure is another key enabler of inclusive economic growth, especially to our local rural economy. Therefore, road maintenance is not only key for the locals to access services such as schools, healthcare, police station, graveyards, but also for them to move their goods from one area to another. As I've already indicated, they are farmers in their own right. Out of more than 20,000 kilometer roads that we have in the province, 13,400 are neither tarred nor paved. Hence, we agree with you, Mr. President, that yellow fleets must be able to reach those areas. In my language, in my province, we call them dikherekhere. Hence, we have dikherekhere Wednesday. And I must declare to this House that dikherekhere has got nothing to do with a tender. Many of you will be salivating to think another project. It's an in-sourced program where we are currently using the yellow fleet that we have and the staff that we have. What we need from the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Public Works, it's more allocation towards the Kherekhere. In conclusion, I'm reminded of Desmond Tutu, who said, hope is being able to see that there is light despite
Honourable Member, please take
darkness.
your seat. Thanks. I now call upon Honourable Trolley.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable President, sadly, last night was a deja vu moment for myself and all too many South Africans. Your understandable sales pitch for your new government and promises might have sounded fantastic to the naive amongst us, but the electorate who showed their jaundice towards your last government know that these were flights of fantasy. Because, Honourable President, we don't trust you anymore. We don't believe you anymore. We haven't seen a smart city. All we see is broken cities. We've heard your "we will do" speeches so often, but we've never heard you say "we have done" speech in Parliament before. You have started your second term in office really badly by appointing almost 20% of the people in this Parliament to your cabinet. That says to the people of South Africa that your government is more important than they are. While some in this House are going to go to court about what you call your government, we don't care. If I can borrow from Romeo and Juliet, what's in a name? That which you call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. South Africans want change. They want security, dignity, and the independence of a job. They took your previous majority away because you couldn't grow the economy, create jobs, deliver services to them effectively, and keep them safe in their homes. You need to repair our international reputation before we will be able to attract the foreign direct investment so badly needed to grow our economy. Investors want political stability. They want policy certainty. You need to get us off the international grey listing. You need to stop corruption. You need to eradicate violent crime. Being one of the most violent nations in the world where women are objectified, routinely abused and murdered is a disgrace. Criminality is entrenched in our society, and we experience it daily with wanton and uncontrolled theft, vandalization and destruction of our economic and service delivery infrastructure. This drives away investment and destroys our economy. Last night, you claimed that 80% of all passenger rail services are operational again. That is not a fact. It's not true. South Africa has extraordinary mineral and agricultural wealth, virtually unparalleled environmental endowment, including an incredibly richly diverse marine life with a spectacular coastline. But most importantly, what South Africa has is the most prized attraction of 400 years ago and still remains so now, is our geopolitical global positioning and marvelous climate. Why can't you leverage that? With all of these bounties, we should be a thriving economy with a thriving country with a world-topping economy. We know that our history has militated against this and prevented us achieving our full potential. So let's not entrench our uncontrollable volition to undermine ourselves and to continue to drive ourselves apart. In this regard, I want to caution South Africans and your government not to be distracted nor to succumb to the self-harm disorder that some political parties display in this House. As Hamlet pondered in Shakespeare's soliloquy, these parties display a schizophrenic characteristic, to be or not to be. Their paradoxical offer won't fix anything. We need an El Salvador rehabilitation such as that being led by President Nayib Bukele Ortez, from being the most violent country in South America to the most peaceful country in South America in 2 years. You need to stop crime. You need to stop corruption. You need to stop service delivery mafia by declaring war on those who perpetrate these crimes. In this regard,
wind up, Honourable Member.
it can't be. It can't be time.
There's a watch in front of you, Honourable Member.
I beg your pardon?
There's a watch in front of you.
I can't hear you.
There's a watch in front of you, Honourable Member. Please round up.
I'm going to round up like the previous speaker for a while. As we watch the inevitable public exposure of the incorrigible theft of poor people's life savings from the VBS Bank, you must know that this is going to detonate the inevitable demand for public exposure of the Phala Phala saga, and your government's survival will depend on your innocence or guilt. Because, Honourable President, corruption infraction, large or small, must be dealt with equally. We will not fall into the trap that your newfound partners have of equivocation and making odious comparisons of extent. We will not allow Phala Phala to become this Parliament's next fire pool disgrace.
Your time is up.
We as Action SA will give you the benefit of the doubt as you are a new government.
Your time is up.
But if you don't fix the problems of this country, I'm just rounding up like the previous speaker. If you don't fix the problems of this country, the election is coming. I'm rounding up.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Thank you. Honourable Member, the time is 1 o'clock. We are breaking for lunch. We are expected to come back at 2 o'clock. I am told that lunch is served in the banquet hall, second floor. The bells will be rang 10 minutes before the start of the next session. Thank you very much.